Recording in progress.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Welcome to our council meeting for Tuesday, March 4th, 2025. I'll go ahead and call the meeting to order, and I'll ask Clementine to do roll call and make announcements to the public, please.
Councilmember Barber.
Present.
Councilmember Garcia.
Here.
Councilmember Resch. Here. Councilmember Smith.
Here.
And Mayor Williamson.
Here.
And information on participating in this meeting and providing public comment, including remotely by Zoom or telephone, is available on the agenda, which is online at monterey.gov/agendas. Remote commenters, you will be muted until it is your turn to speak, and a timer will be shown on the screen. If you're connected on Zoom, the timer is accurate with no delay. In-person attendees must keep your phones and devices muted to prevent audio interference with our meeting. And thank you for participating in your city government.
Thank you, Clementine. And with that, we'll go ahead and start with our presentations. Item number 1 is to recognize March 2025 as the American Red Cross Month. We have a proclamation here. I'll go ahead and read it aloud. Whereas March is American Red Cross Month, a special time to celebrate the humanitarian spirit of Monterey County and reaffirm their commitment to help ensure no one faces a crisis alone in Monterey County, across the United States and around the world. Their dedication touches millions of lives each year as they carry out the organization's 140-year mission of preventing and alleviating suffering. And whereas caring for one another is at the heart of our community and exemplified by the people of Monterey, whose simple acts of kindness through the Red Cross provide help and hope in people's most difficult moments, continuing the life-saving legacy of Clara Barton, who founded the organization more than 140 years ago to prevent and alleviate human suffering. And whereas Central Coast Chapter volunteers, 133 in the county, give hope to the most vulnerable in their darkest hours. Last year in Monterey County, volunteers helped 64 households affected by 30 home fires by addressing their urgent needs like food and lodging, as well as providing recovery support. In addition, they installed 655 smoke alarms, collected 1,939 blood donations, provided first aid and CPR training to 1,830 residents, and assisted 153 families of our armed forces. And whereas the Central Coast Chapter support, volunteerism, and generous donations are critical to our community's resilience, we hereby recognize this month of March in honor of all those who fulfill Clara Barton's noble words. You must never think of anything except the need and how to meet it, and ask everyone to join in this commitment. And now therefore be resolved that I, Tyler Williamson, Mayor of the City of Monterey, on behalf of the City Council and citizens, hereby proclaim the month of March 2025 as the American Red Cross Month. I encourage all Americans to support this organization in its noble humanitarian mission. So why don't we give it up for members of the Red Cross and all the work that they do. And I'll just add a quick note too that I recall hearing about during the fires in LA that some of the folks that were involved in Red Cross were activated and helped support that response as well. So we're tremendously thankful, and I know that we have a member of Red Cross here today. So I will pass the mic to you, sir, and feel free to share your remarks.
Thank you very much, and I'll keep it very, very short.
Yeah, you're good.
I timed it out. So hello, my name is Dan Ripke. I'm a board member for the American Red Cross. I'm honored to accept this proclamation recognizing March as the American Red Cross Month. Our mission depends on the dedication of volunteers, donors, and community partners who help us respond to disasters, collect life-saving blood, and support local military families. Every 8 minutes, Red Cross volunteers provide relief as disasters continue to grow in both frequency and intensity. At the start of 2025 has been especially challenging. The devastating fires in Los Angeles required the deployment of hundreds of Red Cross responders to provide shelter, food, and care for displaced families and individuals. We've also been actively responding to the flooding in Kentucky and supporting the ongoing recovery efforts in North Carolina following last September's Hurricane Helene. These large-scale disasters are in addition to the tens of thousands of home and apartment fires that we respond to nationwide each year. So the Red Cross has 6 primary programs that we are involved with here in the local community. The first is blood services. As you mentioned, someone from the from the United States needs blood every 2 seconds. And so if you'd like to schedule a donation to give blood, there is a simple website, redcrossblood.org. Again, redcrossblood.org. You can go there and you can schedule a blood donation. It's almost painless. I know I've donated over 300 times, and
It's easier for some than others.
I got to be honest with you. I've donated 300 times and I've never looked at the needle. So
There you go.
I can't even watch a TV show with a needle. So the other services to the armed forces and international relief. This is a program that I did not know existed before I became a board member. And what we do is we provide 24/7 support to military families and respond to global crises, acting as liaison for over 400 military families that live here in the local county and wherever their family members are deployed overseas. Climate and disaster response. As the disasters are intensifying, we continue to expand our efforts and strengthen our community resilience. So working in coordination with local partners, which brings in our newest program. And it's actually something that we're championing throughout the country, which is we've created a program called Community Adaptation Program, which we are coordinating all of our efforts in conjunction with Monterey County nonprofits to address both health, housing, and hunger issues to ensure that we're both building trust as well as coordinating our response activities and not duplicating. Disaster deployments, which is what we are most famous for, most visible for, and that is in response to the LA County fires. Our Central Coast chapters deployed 5 local volunteers down there to station in LA to work with the local community. We've done the same thing across the country. For example, when the fires occurred in Hawaii, we deployed staff there, deployed staff up to Paradise when the Paradise fires occurred. So wherever there is a disaster response, we have teams of individuals who go out to those events. And then finally, last but not least, but it is probably the best opportunity for anyone and everyone in the room to avail themselves to, and that is volunteer opportunities. So if you'd like to get involved, we are looking for anyone and everyone. I would say no matter how old or young, but I guess there is a lower age range, but we have a website. It's just simply redcross.org/volunteer today. Again, redcross.org/volunteer today. It takes a little bit of time to get up to speed. If you're going to get deployed to a disaster, we know the first time you go, you may not know what you're doing. And so the Red Cross has developed thousands of hours of training programs. It's actually one of the best programs I've ever seen, where you can be trained on how to go to a disaster and help people respond. Not just families, but individuals. Not just individuals, but businesses. Not just businesses, but also pets. There's all sorts of things that need to be set up, from housing to food to all sorts of things. That website, you can sign up, you go through a simple orientation process, and then they provide you with all the training you need for whatever you'd like to do as far as volunteering. I know a lot of people that I've talked to said that they felt overwhelmed with the idea of volunteering. The website makes it very easy. So again, it's redcross.org/volunteer today. So now more than ever, we need people like you to help us carry out the critical work. Whether you give blood, you volunteer your time, or make a financial contribution, your support makes a life-changing difference. So join us in strengthening our community resilience. Visit redcross.org today and find out how you can get involved too. And on behalf of the Red Cross, thank you for this proclamation and your support in building a strong, more resilient community.
Awesome. Thank you.
Great.
You can just move that out of the way. Yeah, I promise that the police chief won't take you down. Why doesn't the council come up for a picture?
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
1, 2, and 3. Okay, perfect.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for the work.
I will say, there's a lot of emotions that people are going through in the country right now with different international and maybe even domestic crises, and we can really easily get worked up with everything that's going on in the world. But each of us can make a difference, and I give so much kudos and appreciation to the members of the Red Cross for their volunteerism. I often say to local nonprofits that they do the work that we're not doing. You're helping to fill that gap. And so it's a great way for folks to get plugged in, involved, and help make a difference. And even if you can help one person, I say that that's moving the world in a better place. So I just encourage folks to get plugged in with you all if that speaks to you. I open it up to the rest of the council for any questions or comments.
Nope. Support that. Absolutely.
Love it. Here's some affirmation. We're going to open it up for public comment. And so for those that might be new, this is specifically to the Red Cross proclamation. This is not general public comment. And so for folks that are new to the council, I'll just share with you how this process is going to work. I'm going to open the public comment period up for folks to identify themselves. Once those folks have identified themselves, we'll close it off, and only those individuals will be able to speak on that item. So if you don't identify yourself at the beginning of the public comment period, you won't be able to speak. So I'm going to go ahead and start on Zoom. For folks on Zoom, if you can use the raise hand function. And in the meantime, while you're navigating that space, I'm going to check in the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on the Red Cross Month proclamation? All right, I'm not seeing any, so we'll do a countdown on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have one on Zoom, so we're going to go ahead and take that one caller.
This is Sherry. Sherry, you can unmute and go ahead.
Great. Hi. Thanks. This is Sherry Flemmerfelt with the Western Flyer Foundation. And I just wanted to let everybody know that the Western Flyer, which is the boat made famous by John Steinbeck and Ed Ricketts back in 1940, it is returning for the first.
Sharon, sorry, I apologize. This is not general public comment. This is public comment specifically for the Red Cross.
I'm sorry. Okay, I'll come back.
It took my colleagues' help giving me attention to realize that.
I will come back.
Thank you. Perfect. Thank you so much. So we'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the council. Thank you again for all the work that you do with the American Red Cross. Why don't we give it up for them one more time? Thank you. All right. The second item on the agenda for under presentations is recognizing March 2025 as Women's History Month. And being that Dr. Barber, she didn't know I was going to do this to her, but being that Dr. Barber is one of the two women on the council, I would offer the senior woman on the council. I'm going to pass this proclamation to you, if you wouldn't mind reading it out in recognition on behalf of the council.
They say always be ready, huh? Okay, here we go. Women's History Month. Whereas in 1981, Congress officially requested that the president proclaim the week beginning March 7th, 1982 as Women's History Week, and this action began a trend that would continue for the next 5 years. And whereas the National Women's History Project successfully lobbied Congress to designate the month of March 1987 as Women's History Month. In his proclamation celebrating this moment, President Ronald Reagan stated, "From earliest times, women have helped shape our nation. Historians today stress all that women have meant to our national life, but the rest of us too should remember with pride and gratitude the achievements of women throughout American history." And whereas the month of March was chosen for its inclusion of International Women's Day on March 8th, this day originally began as National Women's Day in the United States in 1909, but was later moved to March and designated International Women's Day by the United Nations in 1977. And whereas the city of Monterey recognizes and celebrates the achievements of generations of women who have been integral parts of the fabric of Monterey region for thousands of years, dating back to the native Rumsen, Esselen, and Salian peoples to the Sicilian women who made up a third of cannery workers in the 1930s and 1940s, and to the present day, where many local business, nonprofit, city staff, and political leaders are women. And whereas labor and civil rights leader Dolores Huerta once said, "We do need women in civic life. We do need women to run for office, to be in political office. We need a feminist to be at the table when decisions are being made so that the right decisions will be made." And whereas a community, we celebrate Women's History Month and recognize the incredible achievements of women throughout Monterey, the state of California, and all across the United States. And now, therefore, be it resolved that Tyler Williamson, Mayor of the City of Monterey, on behalf of the City Council and citizens, hereby proclaim the month of March 2025 as Women's History Month.
Woo. Thank you, Dr. Barber. Any comments from my colleagues here on the proclamation?
Well spoken, well read, and affirmed.
Woo.
Yeah.
Dr. Barber, did you have any? Please.
Yep. And then we do have a few brief slides from our city clerk, Clementine Bonner-Klein, who's prepared a few
Awesome. Yeah, let's
little bit of
do it.
history on women's history here in Monterey.
Please. Clementine, thank you for this. I'm excited. I haven't even seen the slides yet, but I'm ready for it.
All right, so I know that everyone read the wonderful agenda report by my colleague Mark in the city manager's office. I also wanted to, in the spirit of representation, share a number of women who have made history here at the city of Monterey. So starting with Etta Eckhart, she was our first female city department head and our first city librarian starting all the way back in 1907. I'm getting a little feedback, sorry. And next we have Marge Eliason. I love that photo of her. That's when she got elected. She was the first woman council member from 1955 to 1959. Minnie Coyle, our first woman mayor. First she served on the council and then she became the mayor and was reelected for another term. Under her leadership, they constructed the tunnel under the Custom House Plaza, which is nicknamed Minnie's Ditch. Then we have a number of female council members who've dedicated themselves to the city's success over the years. Councilmember Vreeland, Councilmember Canepa, Councilmember Downey, Councilmember Selfridge, and now Councilmember Barber and Councilmember Rash.
Whew.
And also, lastly, since City Librarian Eckhart's time, the city has had more female department heads, including our current city attorney, community development director, finance director, human resources director, parks and recreation director, and public works director, some of whom are present today and some of whom are the first women in city history to hold these roles. So just wanted to highlight all these wonderful women.
Awesome. Thank you, Clementine. Thanks.
And our city clerk.
Woo. I do have to say that I am a proud ally, and I would consider myself part of the feminist movement. I am so thankful for seeing more diversity on the council, and it includes having women on the council. And I think having that diverse representation is really important. One of my biggest role models in my entire life is my mama, who is sitting in the audience today. Why don't you wave for everybody, Mom? Yeah. We didn't set this up, I promise. It just kind of happened to work out that way. But seriously, there's a lot of work to do, and it frustrates me so much to see what's happening at the federal level, and what the current administration is trying to do to roll back diversity, equity, inclusion initiatives, because it is important, it is essential that we have all voices represented in all spaces, particularly marginalized groups. And to think that we've resolved these things is beyond me. I can't fully appreciate those that think that way. But obviously, we're here having this conversation today because we recognize that struggle and how it continues today. And so just appreciate all the women out there and the fight that you keep fighting. And I appreciate having my two colleagues on the council that are bringing that voice to this space and all the work that we're going to do together. So thank you for it. All right. And with that, we will open it up for public comments for this item specifically. So for the Women's History Month proclamation, I'll go ahead and do the same process. We'll check online on Zoom for folks to use the raise hand function. And while they're navigating to that button, I'm going to check in the chamber. Does anybody wish to speak on this proclamation? All right. Seeing none, I'll go back to Zoom, do a countdown of 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have nobody on Zoom. So we'll go ahead and close this out. Thank you all so much for being part of this momentous moment to celebrate Women's History Month. All right, and with that, we will now open it up for general public comment. So these are for items that are not on today's agenda in the afternoon session or in the evening. So I'll go ahead and do the same process. I'll check on Zoom for folks that have any general public comments for things that aren't on today's agenda. Use that raise hand function on Zoom. And while you're navigating your way there, I'm going to check in the chamber. Anybody wish to speak on general public comments? I see 1, 2, 3. Anybody that's still sitting that would wish to speak on general public comment, you can identify yourself by raising your hand if you'd like to remain seated. So I see 4 folks lined up in the chamber. So we'll go ahead and cut it off in the chamber, and I'll do a countdown on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have 3.
Five in the chamber.
Sorry, I apologize. There's 5 in the chamber. There's 3 on Zoom. So go ahead and start in the chamber. Oh, and I apologize. We're going to go to 2 minutes.
You guys keep doing that to me, don't you? Wee Dong Wang on Fremont Avenue and Seaside owes me $400. Meanwhile, he's been indicted on sex crimes. Buyer beware. March 1st, my rally was a no-show. And you phonies are flat on your faces. Like a fatherless child who doesn't know right from wrong. You didn't avenge John Lennon after all the time I gave you. But I am leaving town with my head held high. You may remember this flyer I handed out, me holding a billboard getting on my mugshot. I found out last month that that very, very same face is on the whole state of Washington. My face on the state of Washington. You can see it for yourself on any good atlas, although it's best seen on the nighttime version on the show Live PD Police Patrol. When the satellite image of America shows, just freeze the image, see me up there in Washington, the guy you rejected. But apparently God knew that I was going to be stiffed by you people, so he gave me that little nod, that little keep up the good work, Steve. I'm moving to Utah, as you know. I'd be on my way right now, but Dr. Wee Dong Wang is resisting the $400 I refunded myself. He's done a number of things not to deserve that $400. But meanwhile, I will hit my hometown of Healdsburg up, and then I'll be down to my sisters in Fresno. Then I'll be all the way to Utah. And you guys had your chance. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. LennonMurderTruth.com is what you'll be putting on your billboard, desperately trying to get
Hello. Good evening or good afternoon. My name is Janine Chikarat, Mayor and Council. I'm here representing the Portola Hotel and Spa, the Monterey County Hospitality Association as co-chair, and also C Monterey. I'll be the incoming chair of C Monterey come July. I'm here to say thank you. Thank you for your investment that you have continuously given throughout the years to C Monterey for destination marketing. I know, Hans, you're working with Rob to do a formal presentation. You recently received the economic, what's it called? The mid-year investment summary. And all you have to do is read the first page. 38.9 million in economic impact to the city of Monterey alone, and another 24 million for the Monterey Conference Center. Our investment, Hans and I went through some major trauma going through a major renovation, but we got through it on the other end, and now we're reaping the benefits. C Monterey has a dedicated marketing program just for the conference center, and recently we added last year the salesperson, and that was the missing link. That person is phenomenal, and we're continuing to thrive. We compete with San Diego, Palm Springs, San Francisco on large groups, and they have much bigger budgets. But we continue to hold our own, and we're seeing the benefits. Monterey County, or the conference center, booked 45,000 room nights last year. They're on pace to do 50,000 this year. So things are continuing to move along, and I love what Stefan always says when we bring in what's called a conference connection group, where it's the Marriott, the Portola, and the conference center. And we tell the meeting planners our superpower is the way we all work together seamlessly. We watch each other's backs and work together as a team. And it is wonderful to be able to sit and watch us all work together and to see the fruition. So on behalf of our hotel, our employees, families, just want to say thank you and hope you continue to invest in tourism because the millions of dollars you see in return is well worth every penny. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor Williamson and council members. My name is Marta Kravchuk, and I'm here today with some of my neighbors regarding pedestrian safety and traffic congestion near Monterey High School. If I could please ask those concerned neighbors to raise your hand. MPUSD certified the final EIR for the stadium field project for the high school with no mention of closing two major access points to the school, one off Martin Street, the other that connects Pacific to campus via Logan Lane, or that school bus routes would be altered during construction. So currently all pickup and drop off traffic is routed up Madison to the school entrances off Larkin and Herman. As longtime residents, we are used to the traffic, but this project has amplified the congestion and our streets have become dangerous. At pickup time, once the campus parking lots are full, traffic backs up onto Larkin, then on Herman, then onto Madison, as well as arterial streets. I'm sure you have seen this when you arrive a little early for council meeting. Neighbors are concerned about emergency vehicle access, not only to the campus, but to our homes. Earlier this year, there was a medical emergency at the campus, but the streets and school parking lot were so full, the fire truck could not even enter the campus. In addition, MPUSD is not in compliance with the Department of State Architects policy regarding student drop-off and or pickup areas to not obstruct fire or emergency vehicles when private vehicles arrive and depart, or that fire lanes are marked in compliance with California Fire Code. The FEIR stated this project is slated for completion in spring of this year. However, MPUSD has not even started on the student parking lot part of this project or the massive ADA ramp off Martin Street that requires 55 concrete piers. MPUSD's own project manager estimated that each pier will take over a week to construct. So for at least another year, our neighborhood will endure this unsafe traffic condition. We ask for the city's help with traffic control at pickup times and for MPUSD to reopen additional access routes to campus in order to alleviate unsafe traffic condition and congestion in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor Williamson and council. My name is Tony Tollner, and I'm here with my neighbors to share some pictures and concerns about the unsafe traffic conditions in our neighborhood. Next slide, please. Actually, the first slide is Google Earth showing Monterey High School. Marked in yellow are the areas of daily congestion. This picture was taken on Madison Street outside council chambers, showing cars backed up all the way to Pacific Street. Next slide. This picture is taken on the same date, time, and place, shows the traffic parked on Madison waiting for access to campus. Next slide. When drivers get tired of waiting, they pull into the oncoming lane of traffic. Next slide. Cars are so anxious to move forward from Madison that they pull into and block pedestrian crosswalks on Larkin. Next slide. This picture shows cars from multiple directions all trying to enter Larkin Street. Next slide. This is Larkin Street at Madison. Cars are two abreast, blocking the crosswalk. Next. Cars heading from Madison towards Monterey High. Next slide. When Larkin Street is full, drivers try and enter the only other available entrance to Monterey High off of Herman. Next. When drivers get frustrated and tired of waiting, they pull out into the oncoming lane of traffic, even on a blind curve. This is dangerous. Next. Congestion on the residential streets and on campus prohibit emergency vehicles from accessing the school. Next. The school buses are now routed to Monterey High on Herman. These buses need to pull wide and into the oncoming lane of traffic to exit. This picture shows the collision of two buses. Next slide. MPUSD has removed all student access from Logan Lane, further adding to the congestion in our neighborhood. Neighbors cannot leave or access their homes during this time. And since MPUSD's class schedule seems to change from day to day, there is no way to avoid this. Someone is going to get hurt. Please work with the school district towards a safe solution. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeff Whitmore. I'm a resident at 610 Larkin Street and just wanted to give my perspective on the situation. We've lived on Larkin for the last 13 years, and it seems like the problem has only gotten worse in the last, even more worse in the last few years. Students park on the street early in the morning till late in the afternoon, sometimes even into the night. We don't have off-street parking at our little house, and so we only have street parking available. And I get home from work and there isn't any parking, and we come home from the grocery store and that with the car full of groceries, and we have to double park to unload our groceries and then go park some number of blocks away. I would notice that most of Larkin and all the surrounding areas around the school have 1 hour parking, and that would seem like a good enhancement to our little block of Larkin as well. Thank you.
All right, and we'll go to our callers on Zoom.
Calling on Sherry.
Hi there. I'll try this again. Sorry about that before. My name is Sherry Flummerfelt, and I'm the Executive Director of the Western Flyer Foundation. And we are stewards of the famous old Monterey sardine seiner, the Western Flyer, that carried John Steinbeck and Ed Ricketts on their famous journey to the Gulf of California back in 1940. And so now, after years of restoration, the Western Flyer is about to set sail for the Gulf of California once again on the 85th anniversary of the very week they departed. So it's a really exciting time. And they had a big party back then as well. We're going to celebrate as well. We're teaming up with local partners, including the Monterey Public Library, to host a free family-friendly send-off event on Sunday, March 16th at Old Fisherman's Wharf from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. There's going to be live music and swing dancing, a 1940s costume contest, and the winners get to hang out on the flyer, have special VIP access before it takes off. There'll be vintage cars, free boat tours on the Western Flyer from 11 till 2, a fireboat send-off as she departs at 3 p.m. And it really is, this is a once-in-a-lifetime historic moment for Monterey, and we'd really love for everyone to be part of it, the mayor, council members, and the public. So I'm just here to invite you all. I hope to see you out there. There's also another storytelling event the night before on Saturday, March 15th that we're doing in partnership with Monterey History and Art at the Stanton Center. You can find out all of this information on our website at westernflyer.org. So hope to see you there, and thank you.
Next speaker is a telephone caller with the last 3 digits 902. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Nina Beatty. Major issues of fire prevention and home hardening are not being addressed by the city. They include lithium-ion battery banks and EV charging, which must be banned or restricted in high fire hazard zones, government aerosol geoengineering programs, artificial EMF, RF microwave radiation, PG&E and CalAm smart meters, and forest health. Aerosol geoengineering sprays aluminum, barium, and other chemicals in the sky, including yesterday and last week. At one point, 2 jets flew together, laying down tracks over the peninsula. Aluminum is toxic, highly flammable, and a drying agent. It falls out, coating trees, plants, and forest floor, and is uptaken by plants, creating volatile fire conditions. California must join the states banning it, including Tennessee, for the harm to agriculture. EMF emissions from cell towers, smart meters, Wi-Fi, and the Navy facilities here stress trees, causing them to increase volatile terpene production, and the Navy is building more capacity for higher levels of radiation exposure. Monterey must dramatically decrease these levels. Smart meters are not grounded and don't have an adequate surge protection. My 2019 report on their fire and electrical hazards to local and state officials detailed these and others. Does the city now have documentation that fire risks in smart meters installed here have been remedied? Specifically, does the city have a time over current coordination study, a time over voltage coordination study, and a standards coordination study, or engineering documents prepared under the responsible charge and then sealed or stamped, signed, and dated by a professional engineer that demonstrates that these hazards have been mitigated? If not, why not, if the city is serious about fire safety? Customers can opt out and get analog utility meters which don't have these hazards. Finally, forest health. Current measures by CAL FIRE and Green Cadre increase fire danger. Lush, dense forests reduce fire and wind risks. The city must protect residents and pause these programs before further damage is done. Thank you.
And our last speaker is Erica.
Hi there. Thank you. Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Erica Delamar, and I would like to begin by thanking Mayor Williamson and Councilmember Garcia for taking the time to speak with me separately over the past 2 weeks about my concerns for the Laguna Grande neighborhood and Laguna Grande Regional Park. I work full-time in natural resources management, so I'm familiar with the importance of balanced and healthy natural ecosystems. Managed by both Monterey and the city of Seaside, Laguna Grande Regional Park is a complex property that needs better natural resource management, especially in the southern half of the park. Most of the area on the south side of the park has become overgrown with invasive plant species such as English ivy and blackberries that have bowled down a lot of our older trees and caused a lot of dead brush and plants to build up. This accumulated plant material is what is considered a fuel ladder in natural resource management. Fuel ladders allow fire to climb into larger trees and burn hotter and faster than under normal conditions. This accumulated fire ladder poses an extreme fire danger to the park and the adjacent properties within the city of Monterey. This loss of our larger trees has also impacted the stability of soil, causing erosion and the canyon edge at the east end of the park to widen toward the back of properties, many of which are designated as fair, low-income housing for Monterey residents. I am writing to you as one of the homeowners with property that is adjacent to Laguna Grande Regional Park and as someone who walks daily in the park. I'm familiar with the use of many of these overgrown, unmanaged natural areas by people who camp in them, as well as use the spaces to consume alcohol and drugs. Parts of this park feel unsafe to recreate in, especially for more vulnerable members of our community, like families, the elderly, and women like me. I'm calling on the city of Monterey to continue to work with the city of Seaside to better manage these areas to make them both safe and healthy natural spaces for humans and wildlife alike.
Okay, and with that, we'll go ahead and close general public comment. Thank you for all those that have provided comments. Just for those that may not be fully aware, we don't provide feedback on those items because it is not an agendized item. But I know staff was taking notes, and we'll be sure to follow up as necessary on those various issues. So I appreciate everybody providing public comment today. All right, and with that, we'll go ahead and move forward with our agenda. We have our consent agenda. No items were requested to be pulled. Council wish to pull anything?
Mayor, motion.
Let's take it out to the public first and then bring it back. And I do have a question on one item before we go to a motion. Anybody in the public wish to comment on our consent agenda or wish to pull anything? I'll check online for folks to use the raise hand function. And in the meantime, I'll check in the room. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on the consent agenda? All right, seeing none. Oh, you do? No, okay. Yeah. Seeing none in the chamber, we'll go ahead and jump back to Zoom. I'll do a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have nobody on Zoom, so we'll bring it back to the council. I did have a question on item number 5. I don't need it to be pulled, but I was just hoping that maybe Kim, is Kim here? Yeah. Maybe Kim might be able to help clarify some of the history with some of the funding. I know that the funding has to be spent by, I don't have it open in front of me, actually. I think it was April 30th. And then we had transitioned last year from having some of the funding allocated or Anastasia. Hi, Anastasia. The funding allocated to the Madison Van Buren project. And then it seemed like there was a point last year where the council approved moving some of the funding towards the homelessness services. And so I was just hoping that you could describe some of that history and what led to us transitioning some of that funding and what would prohibit us from being able to allocate that towards affordable housing construction.
Mayor, yeah, just a little bit of history. The first year of this funding source, and it does have different funding years, so it's a little confusing, but it's because we have to wait a year for the state to collect all of those $75 fees on each real estate transaction, and then they collect all of that information, and then they divvy it up based on a formula to all of the cities. So that's why the funding years are sort of not the same as the funding years we're in. So we will come up with a new 5-year plan for the next 5 years of PLHA once we exhaust this 5 years of PLHA. So 2 amendments were brought to the city council. The first FY 19-20, there was one amendment that allocated some of the funding towards the Mid-Penn project, and not all of the funding was dedicated there. So that amendment put all of the funding into the Mid-Penn project for the first year. Now we came back to council again to allocate all of that funding to homeless services for the next 4 years. As you'll see, the allocation is going to continue to decline because there aren't that many real estate transactions that the state is collecting these fees on. So we'll see that money decline over time. So maybe things will change in future years. But at this point, this is a good use of the allocation that provides the funding to homeless services. And we will have another opportunity. This is a permanent local housing allocation. So in future years, you could utilize the funding for housing construction.
So when you say that the funding is declining, you're saying as it relates to the need, the use of the funding with the homeless service providers?
No, Mayor, the funding itself is declining at the state level, the collection that they're getting, because it's based off of the permanent local housing allocation is based off SB2 funding. And those funds are collected at the state level from a $75 transaction fee for every sale of a property in the state. So the sale of properties has declined. So therefore, we at the city level receive less funding in our allocation.
Okay. And then one final question. There's been conversation in the past around creating the trust at the local level. And I know that Salinas has moved forward with it. I've talked to council members in Salinas around the idea, and I think we talked about this a little bit last year as well, but around the idea of working in partnership with not just the city of Monterey, but other local jurisdictions to be able to enhance the amount of funding that we're getting in our region. So I just wonder where we're at with the potential of trying to leverage some of the PLHA funding in the future towards that more collaborative effort.
I continue to have these discussions with Darby Marshall at the county, with other local jurisdictions. However, right now, the PLHA guidelines, well, it's not the PLHA, it is the Regional Housing Trust Fund. Requirements do not allow this. We as multiple jurisdictions together don't meet the minimum threshold for population to be able to apply for that funding. So Salinas was able to apply on their own because they meet the population threshold, but we as a county needed Salinas to meet the population threshold for that program through the state. So we would have been able to leverage our PLHA if we could meet that population. But with Salinas going on their own for their own trust fund, the rest of us don't have the population to apply for that.
But if Salinas is willing to expand their collaboration with other jurisdictions, would that permit us to move forward with submitting that application to the state?
It would take their council to agree to that.
Yep.
And then there may be some more information we need to look into, because just the way that the funds work, if the state would allow us all to contribute and then distribute the funds throughout all the jurisdictions that are a part of that. So that would take a lot of work to determine how all the agencies will put funding into the PLHA program to utilize as a match for that regional housing allocation fund. And then we would need to determine how much each agency gets. So there'd be limited funding, but that would be something we would need to discuss regionally.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And I
Yeah.
appreciate you answering those questions. All right. That's it for me. So if somebody wants to go ahead and make a motion on the consent.
So moved to approve the consent as is.
It's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? All right. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. And with that, we'll go to our public hearing. Item number 8, City Council approve the Planning Commission recommendations to adopt the first reading of an ordinance amending City Code Section 38-29 and 38-32 to add bicycle equipment rental as a principally permitted use in the community commercial C2 and Cannery Row CR zones. With that, I'll pass it to Hans for staff introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. From time to time, and as council is aware, we have to amend our zoning codes to take action and also to adjust to most recent developments in our city and business opportunities. And with that, I ask Levi to present the topic and to talk about the zoning amendment that we suggested to the Planning Commission and that is now in front of the City Council for approval.
Great. Thank you, Hans. As Hans mentioned, tonight we're looking at a proposed zoning amendment to allow bike rental as a principally permitted use in the C2 and CR zoning districts, and we'll get into the details now. So the staff recommendation is that the City Council receive the recommendation from the Planning Commission and adopt an ordinance to amend the Monterey City Code, specifically Chapter 38, which is the zoning code, to allow the bicycle and equipment rental land use as a principally permitted use in the community commercial and Cannery Row zoning districts. A little bit of background as to how we got here today. In 2022, the City Council adopted Ordinance 3651, which established the bicycle and equipment rental land use and established that definition and created that as a defined land use in the zoning code. And that definition is shown here, but a summary of that land use definition is to allow the rental of bicycles and electric bicycles, and associated equipment such as helmets and protective gear. And it specifically specifies that the definition includes Class 1 and Class 2 electric bicycles and specifically excludes Class 3 electric bicycles as defined under the California Vehicle Code. In addition to establishing that as a land use in the zoning code, it also identified the areas shown here on this slide as where that would be principally permitted, which is the open space zoning district, the lighthouse specific plan, and the downtown specific plan. So the proposed amendment tonight would expand the zoning districts in which that would be a permitted use to include our community commercial or C2 district, as well as our Cannery Row CR district. No changes to the actual definition or allowances under the definition for bike rental and equipment rental are being proposed with this amendment. So as far as what the Monterey City Code requires, it requires that amendments to the zoning regulations be initiated either by City Council, the Planning Commission, city staff, or from any member of the public, really. This particular application was initiated by city staff in response to some members of the public that had reached out as to why the use was not allowed in other commercial zoning districts. Additionally, the Monterey City Code requires that the Planning Commission make specific findings that ensure that the proposed amendments are consistent with the city's general plan and the intent of the city's zoning ordinance. And the Planning Commission did find that the proposed amendment is consistent with the general plan, and we'll touch on that a little bit more in detail later. So additionally, to kind of build on that consistency with the general plan, the proposed amendments are consistent with a few of the goals and policies in the general plan, specifically in the circulation element. Those goals and policies that promote pedestrian and bicycle use and also encourage and incentivize alternative modes of transportation, as shown on this slide. In addition to that, the proposed amendments are in line with the vision, mission, value drivers, and strategic priorities for the city, including quality of life strategic priorities, as well as active mobility value drivers, as shown on this slide. So a little bit about the two zoning districts that we're looking at expanding this land use into, specifically the community commercial or C2 zoning district is intended to provide a variety of commercial establishments that include retail shopping, commercial recreation uses, restaurants, and even personal and financial services. And similarly, the Cannery Row zoning district allows a variety of visitor commercial serving uses specific to the Cannery Row area of the city. So at the February 11th, 2025 Planning Commission meeting, this item was presented. They held a public hearing and received public comment at that meeting. And they, as mentioned earlier, they found the proposed amendments to be consistent with the general plan and the intents of the zoning ordinance, and adopted a resolution that recommended that the City Council adopt the proposed zoning amendments. And with that, city staff is recommending that the City Council receive that recommendation from the Planning Commission and adopt an ordinance that would amend the Monterey City Code to allow bicycle and equipment rental in the C2 and CR zoning districts. And that's the end of my presentation, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Awesome. Thank you for the presentation, Levi. Of course. Open up to the council, Dr. Barber.
So thank you so much for the presentation, first of all, Levi. But I just had a couple of questions. I'm all for promoting health and safety and bikes, but I'm just a little bit confused. Just want to get some clarification. So currently in these zones of Cannery Row and then the community commercial, they're not allowed bike rentals?
Currently, so it's a little bit of an interesting situation. Prior to that 2022 action where we established the land use for bicycle rentals and equipment rental, that use was had been looked at as a possible commercial and recreation use, and that was kind of being put under a more broad definition. In 2022, the council adopted that ordinance that more specifically defined that as a land use, and therefore kind of limited the areas of the city which it could otherwise be. And then that action limited it to the lighthouse specific plan, the downtown specific plan, and the open space zoning districts. So currently that is only those areas are allowed bicycle rental and equipment.
Okay, so there are no bicycle rentals on Cannery Row?
Not bicycle equipment rental. There's bicycle sales there, but not rental, I believe. And if there are, they would be considered non-conforming prior to that 2022. Sorry.
The benefits or the of being here a long time and sort of seeing things evolve over time.
Sure.
So we do have there have historically been, especially with some of our hotels, some bicycle rental establishments, but those were established. So once again, a different zoning category, visitor accommodation facility, and those were considered accessory uses to the hotel. So there are at least there's the facility in the Monterey Plaza Hotel that I believe is still renting. If you remember in 2022, what triggered it, Epicenter on Lighthouse Avenue at 230, Lighthouse wanted to rent bikes, and at the time, the Lighthouse specific plan didn't allow that. There was another bike shop looking to open up in our park next to Lake Elistero. They ultimately didn't open up there. So, you know, the concept of bikes and bike rentals keeps coming up. It's a popular use, and it's definitely, I think, an economic driver for our region. So we do have bike rentals at the Epicenter. I believe there's one in the Monterey Plaza Hotel. Way back when we allowed one at the Intercontinental, I believe, had one as well. And there might be more out there, but there have been bike rentals in the city.
Okay. And last question would be as far as the bike rentals that you're expanding to, is there a maximum number that you are allowing, or is it just going to be however many?
No limitation is being proposed with this amendment.
So if 100 of them apply, you would have 100 of them on Cannery Row or the community commercial?
As proposed, assuming that, yeah, it meets the zoning that we're proposing, the C2 or the CR.
So how does that impact safety?
impact safety in the
Right,
way of
yeah.
increased bikes.
Right.
So it doesn't actually change where bikes are allowed to operate, or again, it's limited to the class 1 and class 2 of electric bicycles, which are permitted to operate on the recreational trail. So in terms of, bicycles are allowed to operate on public roadways.
Mhm.
So there is perhaps an assumed increase in volume of ridership, but assuming that the proper road and safety laws are being followed, staff is comfortable with the amendment.
Okay, so no maximum number at this time. And basically making it more specific to bike rentals, even though we have some bike rentals now. Okay, thank you.
You know, Hans reminded me, and I don't know how I forgot, Adventures by the Sea. They have a couple locations down in the Cannery Row area. They're one of our long-term bike rental places in the city of Monterey.
Any other questions?
Yeah.
Please.
One. Levi, thank you. So I was here in 2022 when we expanded the use to include Lighthouse. So my question is, with us now updating the Cannery Row zoning districts, community commercial C2, are we leaving anything else out? Have we covered all the areas that we can predict that
That
there
was my
might be a
question.
request?
That was, you beat me to it.
Well, I knew you were going to ask. So to avoid, for the efficiency, are we including any potential others, or does this cover it all?
So this is what's been most actively proposed so far as our C2 community commercial zoning. We do have other commercial zoning districts in the city. There's C1 as well as C3. Those are not included in the amendment at this time. And so really what staff was working off of is what we've been receiving the most response to or questions about as potential siting for this type of land use. But the council, obviously, if they're want to consider, may be required to go back to the planning commission if it's a significant revision to introduce additional zoning districts. But if that's something the council wants to look at, staff can explore that as well.
And can you give me an example of a C3 commercial?
Sure. C3 is the more intense commercial district.
Yeah.
So that's our general commercial. So we typically see more heavy commercial uses that are common in those. So that would be where you have more shopping center or more intense commercial use, maybe perhaps a fueling station or something like that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I'm looking at the zoning map, and it looks like the only area that's zoned C3 is the east side of Del Monte. South of Del Monte, east of the Naval Postgraduate School. So where there's the car shot
Yeah.
that.
It starts at Palo Verde, past the Naval Postgraduate School.
Mhm.
Yeah. And the shopping center off of Monroe's.
I believe you're referring Del Monte Center.
That's
Yeah.
C2.
That's C2
That's a
actually.
C2.
It's a C2 zone actually. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's another opportunity where we should be saying, let's put this before the planning commission and also include it. So for now, it looks like we've pretty much covered until there's some applicant that comes along with a unique location. And then the process where they would go to the planning commission.
That's correct. A lot of our commercial areas where we see this falls into our specific plan areas, which have already been addressed. Maybe the only area that's still not included in that would be maybe our North Fremont specific plan area that falls under the specific. It wasn't included in the original resolution that was adopted by the council and isn't included in this amendment as well. But beyond that, our downtown specific plan and Lighthouse specific plans where we see a lot of our commercial use, and outside of that is kind of as our Cannery Row area, really.
Okay. Thank you,
Councilmember Resch.
Levi, why wouldn't we consider C1, like along Ocean Avenue and Oak Grove?
It's definitely something that can be considered. I believe that's our neighborhood commercial. So if I can't think of any reason it wouldn't be
Mhm.
included if the council was interested. It just wasn't where we were receiving inquiries
Mhm.
to citing these types of uses.
And did the planning commission have a discussion about C1?
They did not.
They did not.
Did not come up.
I don't know why we wouldn't in terms of having support for as much neighborhood type business as we can support. I mean, I think that would be the goal.
Can I ask another question? The area around 10th Street, what is that zoned?
There's some, it looks like there's some C2 there. Kind of on the, 10th Street is C2.
Yeah, so I remember there was a bicycle shop that was there.
Hey, sorry, real quick, Nat, would you mind throwing up the zoning map? Is
Yeah.
that possible? Just so,
And where else is there C1?
did you have any other questions in the meantime, Gene?
No.
While we're, okay.
No, just
Just-
C1.
If you give me just a couple minutes to pull it up. Yep.
So C1 uses are predominantly those businesses within the middle of neighborhoods.
Mhm.
So the Campaños up on,
Mhm.
as you get into New Monterey neighborhood, I'm aware of obviously in the Oak Grove neighborhood, there's a C1. I'm not sure there are many other C1s in the city of Monterey, but they're really those commercial centers that are usually surrounded in the middle of the neighborhood. 10th Street has been C2. I actually still think there's a bike shop there.
Bike shop.
I was there not too long ago. The one, it's a nice little repair shop and you can buy bikes there.
Yeah, it's where I go
Oh, yeah, it's a nice one.
because I used
Thank
to
you.
work at MPS. It was really convenient.
So now it's sharing it now. It's kind of hard to see, but if you see that bold red color kind of to the right of the screen, that's that C3. That's representing your C3. It's kind of hard to see, but the Pacifica Munros cast, that kind of lighter shade is going to be your C2, that lighter shade of red there. And you see it kind of clustered also
Mhm.
south of downtown there. Yeah.
Mhm. 10th Street, you can see that sliver.
Mhm.
Okay.
You see that in the more magenta color that's kind of bleeding in there, that's our commercial office. So that's more of an office designated commercial zone in the city. So that's why it's not been included. As Kim mentioned, you don't see a lot of C1. It's a little bit more rare throughout the city.
Any other questions?
No questions here.
Okay, I generally have the same question that you led with, though I still am left in this space of feeling like why continue to restrict when we may be back here again? There might be an efficiency thing about striking while the iron's hot, but
Mhm.
I don't want to go too much into dialogue right now. Maybe we can open it for public comment and then we can come back and bring it to the council for further discussion. Thank you again, Levi. So go ahead and open it up for public comment. I'll offer folks on Zoom to use the raise hand function. In the meantime, I'll check with folks in the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? I have 4 standing here. We've got 1 at the mics. We have 5 in the chamber. Anybody else in the chamber? So go ahead and cut it off in the chamber and then we'll check on Zoom. I'll do a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have 2 on Zoom. Go ahead and leave it to 2 minutes. We're running close to time here. So I just want to make sure we give enough time for discussion on this item. So we'll go ahead and start in the chamber.
Mayor Williamson and Hans and city council members. I'm Bob Paulus. I'm a resident here in Monterey. And of course, we've got the property on Cannery Row. And particularly because Monterey Salinas is a blue zone, we should really want to encourage as much as we could people getting on bikes. And the way electric bikes make it a lot easier for the elderly to start doing that, getting at least a little form of exercise. It's a wonderful thing. If everyone in the city drove a bike, we'd have less car accidents anyway. But a couple of years back, a year or two ago, I went to two-wheel tours came to me. They wanted to open up on the property, had issues trying to get that. And that's one of the things I always want us to consider is that we have land use rights as people who own properties, and a limitation by government should be something that really protects the community overall. I don't think we need to be protected from bikes. And yes, sometimes, as you say, the question comes up, is there an area we forgot? Often it's oversight. I ask a question, I don't know a lot about it, but I heard maybe that on Windows by the Bay, that plumbing building had gone and tried to get a bike shop in there, but maybe perhaps Coastal prevented it. I'm not really sure. It doesn't make sense. When I had discussed about putting on my property a bike rental, because I need to make revenue to keep this project going after all these years of legal lawsuits, I should have every available opportunity to make money. And doing that, I was told, oh, maybe there's a problem with displaying bikes. Holding two bikes out there, that should not be an issue. I'd want to make sure that we don't have any zoning issues with display of bikes. But I think it's a great thing we add those two on there. It makes a lot more sense on Cannery Row because you got the trail right there. I have many people pull their cars in the summertime. Where can we rent bikes? It's a big question I get in the parking lot. And hey, you can go right next there. There's a trail and here's a bike to go get it. So Adventures by the Sea does a great job. Mad Dog does a great job filling that. We can send them there. I like to do on my property as well. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, fellow councilmen and women, Mr. Mayor's mother. Nice to have you here. My name is Kyle Wareham. This is my daughter Harper. She wanted to speak with the mayor today, and we own Adventures by the Sea. So thank you, Kim, for saying hello to us. I do recommend that you review the code and recommendation to add more bike rentals on Cannery Row. With congestion on Cannery Row and Lighthouse districts, the people that come and rent bicycles are coming from different areas, specifically the Mooners area, Fremont area. I think when you talk about what areas you would change zoning, you would want to make sure that zoning is available in those specific areas. 95 to 98% of our customers come from different areas, like Bob mentioned. Looking at the other areas of town or where the people are visiting or coming to, I think that limiting bicycle rentals, or with 5 bicycle rental companies from the tunnel to the Tin Cannery, bicycle rentals are covered on Cannery Row. We have Mad Dog that operates in the Monterey Plaza Hotel. We have 3 locations on Cannery Row. There's a company inside the Tin Cannery. There's plenty of options for biking on Cannery Row. And then with Epicenter Rentals on Lighthouse Avenue, there's another alternative as well. But opening up more rentals in different areas of town, I think is appropriate and something that I would even like to pursue. I mean, the bike path is a win. It's the most beautiful bike path in the world. Congestion in that area is very high, especially on holidays in the summer, with how the aquarium queues up their space. If you've seen that on a Saturday about 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock, it goes from Monterey and it stretches all the way to Hopkins Point. So the bike path is busy and people come to enjoy the bike path. And I want more people to come to enjoy the bike path. I want more people to rent bicycles. But I think looking at Cannery Row specifically, I think we've got that taken care of, right? All right. Thank you very much, everyone.
See you guys on the rec trail.
Yeah.
Thank
you.
you. Thank you.
Hello, Mayor, Council, and City staff, and Mom. Hi, my name is Barry Riddock. I am the owner of Escape Room 831 and Oscar's Playground. I just found out about this issue the other day. I think the idea of bringing more bikes into the area is great. I think we're selling ourselves short by not looking at all the change that you could affect at once, as opposed to just these 2 areas. When I read through the statement, I see the word in gold D, safety, policy D1, safe, policy program D11, safe, policy D8, safe. Has anyone been on the bike path on Saturday or Sunday and had the word safe come to mind? I don't think so. It's a raceway. The electric bikes have only made it worse. I would encourage that if you're going to go forward with this, because I agree with Bob, I think there's an opportunity to alleviate traffic. I think there's an opportunity to encourage physical activity. I think you are going to see a mass increase if you put more bikes down there in accidents. So from a liability standpoint, I worry for the city. I watch people outside the window all day long screaming at each other about how they're crossing the streets and such. So with this expansion, I would encourage you to put together a plan for how you're going to enforce this. The Monterey PD is a fantastic resource. but they're not really down there a lot on the weekends. We don't see them. They're not as prevalent as the parking meter people are. But I would love to see if we're going to do both sides to make sure that the police do have a presence on the path, hopefully with bikes. Thanks.
Thanks, Barry.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Jeff Davy. I was surprised to realize that the zoning didn't allow for the bike paths along the rec trail on Cannery Row. And I'm here actually representing the owner of the property in question at 550 Wave, who has a building that he's had vacant since the candy shop exited 2 years ago. He's been unable to rent it. He was real pleased to have Mr. Joaquin Sullivan come in and express interest to rent the place for a bike rental shop. He's located in the American Cannery. He's being displaced by the hotel. So I think this is a good idea for the reasons of my owner as well as for the community. I do think the Planning Commission did bring up safety. I think it definitely warrants looking at and addressing whatever can be done to make the bike path more safe. But these bikes are still the level 1, level 2. They're not the ones that are banned from the bike path. And so I think in the interest of, keeping things kind of open and allowing people to rent their buildings, especially the Cannery Row project that Bob spoke about, it's a good idea to allow it. Obviously implement any safety things you need to and go from there. But it's unfortunate that, it's not already allowed. So I would strongly encourage you to do what the Planning Commission suggested and move forward with the ordinance. Thanks. Thank you very much.
Mayor, members of the council, I'm Joaquin Sullivan, the guy you referred to. I own Adventures, Big Sur Adventures, and I had that little spot over in the Tin Cannery. I've been looking for a spot in Monterey for a bit. I'm actually the one who was looking at El Estero Park a while back and asked the city to review allowing bike rentals there. It ended up taking about 2 years for that to go through. By that time, I'd already moved somewhere else. But I will say that the only opposition I really hear for this is other business owners in the area. And so I do believe that the concerns about safety on the bike trail should be addressed. And one of the things to consider is that if you look historically at city planning, anytime more bikes are brought into a city, the number of collisions between pedestrians, bicycles, and cars goes down. So it's an interesting phenomenon that when there's more bikes, everybody's more aware. When we were first started in PG, we had some issues with things. There was some concern about that. And over time, PG addressed that. They added a 12-mile-an-hour speed limit, and I think that solved a lot of things. Monterey is a little bit of the Wild West if you've been out there. There's some people riding really fast on there. So I would encourage you guys to, as you're progressing forward, take a look at the rules in Monterey and allow for some more safety there too. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that, we'll go ahead and go to our callers on Zoom.
First, I'm calling on Adam.
Hi, everyone. Adam Pinteritz here. I hadn't really planned on speaking, but listening to this just made me think back to all the many meetings, including this one earlier, when folks have complained about traffic and congestion, and every single housing element meeting that we ever had where people talked about parking issues. I'm honestly a little surprised this isn't already allowed, because it makes sense and is consistent with the direction the city is going. But since you're here tonight, yeah, of course, why not? This seems like an easy yes. It's not like you're talking about a gun shop. So hope you have an easy one here.
Way to go, Adam.
Too soon. Too soon, Adam. Too soon.
On to our next caller.
Our last speaker is Chair Bluth of our Planning Commission.
Hi, Bob Bluth. Hello, Mayor and council members. From the Planning Commission meetings, actually a number of them, we have discussed the safety issues, and I really do think that should be part of your discussion tonight. With the increased activity that will be brought by more rental and the concerns that have been brought up in a number of public forums for safety on the bike path, I think it's really worthwhile to address the safety issue. We weren't sure that fell under our purview as the Planning Commission, but if you want, we can look into it. Sandy has brought it up a number of times. So I think it's an important issue to address. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Bob. And with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the council for deliberation. Please.
So really, in listening to everybody's public comment and some of the discussions we've been having here, it makes sense we want to increase, we want to be able to have more people on bikes, which makes sense. But I'm hearing the safety piece. And I feel like a maximum number also needs to be included in the safety piece, because you could just have 100 permits in one place and it gets concentrated, right? And that could actually contribute to the safety even on the trail or even other places. So I do think if we look at this, we do need to look at a maximum number. I think it's important to move forward, but I think you need a maximum number. But I think you also we need to have some sort of plan of how it will be executed so that it's being done in a safe manner.
Anybody else? I saw Jean's hand go up first.
Okay. It's an easy yes, what's on the table. I would add in C1, and I would propose at the right time to add in C1. I think we should support as much healthy business as we can anywhere. I would think that the market has successfully controlled the number of vendors, and I would expect that that would continue and could be relied upon. The safety issue is real. I think it's a separate one that would not be decided or even analyzed tonight, but it does need to be analyzed. NCIP keeps repeatedly coming back with concerns about safety. We have projects repeatedly for trying to manage the safety on the rec trail, and it goes on and on for hours. So we do need to address that. I don't think we need to address it tonight. We need to agendize it.
Gino.
Thanks. Yeah, I think I agree with the other members of the council here. I support the recommendation, but I also think back at a few years back when residents in Pacific Grove were really coordinating to make sure that these specific safety items were addressed in their city. So and it keeps coming up. So I think it is an important part of the conversation. And I guess as a question to staff, how would that work if the council wanted to include more detail about safety? Is that something that would go back to Planning Commission and then come back here?
Yeah, that needs to be a separate work item to come up with a plan how we are addressing safety, congestion, speed on the recreational trail. So that would be something that staff would look into it. And I think it would be an opportunity tonight when we talk about the work program to also talk about that, because that's an additional new work program, and the traffic engineering team together with the police have to figure something out then.
So if the council wanted to move it forward, just this piece tonight, that's fine, and then the safety piece would be something separate.
Yes, absolutely, yes.
That's it. Thank you.
Ed, do you have anything?
Yeah, I too would say that safety, it's not so much safety, but it's the congestion and the popularity and the success of the recreational trail, which was something to be proud of, but also it does require probably a little new focus now that we might not have faced 5-10 years ago. We currently have an agenda item that will be coming to us at some point in the future on the permitting of the tables in the causeway right off of Wharf 1. So that's a congested point. There's points in the trail that it narrows. There's points in the trail that probably needs more signage. And of course, when you want more safety, are you really asking for more enforcement, or is it we want to do an analysis? And I think that's probably where I would lean towards would be to planning department under the city manager's direction, along with the police department and the fire department as well. What are we asking for when we say safety on the rec trail? So I think it starts with an analysis. It's looking back at what are our accidents, where are they, where are the areas of the entire rec trail to improve, getting on, getting off, and some public outreach and some education. So that's a big ask, but that's for another night. And so I would support talking about that in the future. So for tonight's action, I don't see the thought about safety being necessarily encumbering a decision tonight. So as Gene said, it's an easy yes, because if we have available space in Cannery Row and there's a market for renting bicycles, then I'm a little surprised it wasn't already approved. I didn't know that it was not, because I remembered in 2022 when we did Lighthouse. So it's one of those things. It's like deja vu all over again. We did that for Lighthouse, and now we're doing it for Cannery Row. But we also opened it up for the C commercial areas, and now we want to look at C1. So I think that that's the way to use the process, and I think the Planning Commission's exactly right. They talked about safety, and I think we should talk about safety in the future. But for tonight, it's a yes for me.
I have a couple of thoughts. I am a frequent user of the rec trail. I walk on the rec trail regularly. I ride my bike regularly. And my sense is, and I don't know this to be like statistically true, so it'll be interesting to see where some of the data comes out, because I do know that staff is actually collecting some data right now on bicycle usage on the rec trail. If you walk between the wharf and San Carlos Beach, there's a strip there that they're collecting some data on. So it'll be interesting to see what comes from that. But my sense of the high speeders bicyclists those are more local folks than they are tourists. My sense is that when tourists come here, they're with family, they're not speeding on the rec trail. Those aren't the folks that are the issue. So the conversation around safety, I do think, is appropriate to have, but it does seem to be distinctly separate from the ability to control how many businesses go in on Cannery Row. Kind of final point is specifically on this, but I think generally speaking, as we're looking at planning, I do know that our planning staff is overwhelmed with all the different things that are going on, particularly with us having 3,654 units that we have to plan for the development of, and I think we're moving in a good pace there. But when we're looking at these things, I would just offer that why can't we look at these in a way that looks at where is it possible? And if there's concerns on where it's at, then let's carve that out and specifically articulate why it would be an issue there. Because I would almost offer, let's have this go back to the Planning Commission, but I want the business to be able to move forward. I don't want to delay that process. And I think it's maybe a little bit silly at this point to say, have staff go back and work with the Planning Commission on looking at those other zones. But it would be helpful to just kind of look at how we remove restrictions and making it easier for folks to be able to move forward with things. And if there's a legitimate reason to have it zoned in a way where we don't have it in a location, then obviously I think we can make a justifiable reason to keep the zoning as is. So I'm supportive of the idea of moving this forward, and the conversation around safety. I mean, this has been talked about, I think, probably every year I've been on council, and I don't know what I don't think there is a silver bullet to this conversation. I think the idea of enforcement, we can't have officers everywhere all the time. So I see that being an incredible challenge when we're already having staffing issues within our police department. So I don't know if that's the solution. What I do think the solution is, I can't remember who said this, but I promoted, I think it was Bob actually, like promoting the idea of more people riding their bikes. It will make for a safer community. I think us focusing in the city on adding more protected bike lanes and bike paths and space for folks to feel comfortable and safe to ride their bikes. For commuter bike paths, I know that there has been plans, and I don't know where they are, of putting a commuter bike path through Lower Presidio to help create some of that alleviation. I would love to use that because I live in Old Town, and when I go to that side of town, I would love to cut across instead of going all the way down to the rec trail. And I know others would too, but that's not the environment that we have set up. So we need to be able to think more critically around the idea of how do we create a bike-friendly community. And I think by creating those spaces for commuter bike traffic, that it will help alleviate some of that pressure that we see currently on the rec trail. So all that being said, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve item number 8 and commend the planning commission for taking this and moving it to us.
The point of clarification, is anyone interested in adding C1?
So I would be open for a friendly amendment. But
I don't think we can.
Oh, we can't?
I think if we did that, it would have to go back to the planning commission.
Well, yeah, that would have been
Oh.
a friendly motion that we.
That's what I was saying. I was open to it, but I think that there's
Got it.
concern there.
Yeah. So if I can add to the discussion, yes, but I think it should go back through the process and then it come back to us. Yeah.
Perfect. Awesome.
Do we have?
I'll
Motion
second.
seconded. All right. Any other discussion?
Yeah. The only other thing is, I know I hear a lot from recreational trail users. I also ride the bike slower than I used to. And I know that the public is saying we want the rec trail to be safe. I would just say that's a big word that gets thrown out there,
Mhm.
and it means a lot of things to a lot of different folks. And I think the high speed bicyclists probably that are the electronic moving bicyclists are the biggest problem, but it's a combination of education, awareness, probably improvements. But we need to assess the problem. And I don't think that the council is prepared to do that in the short order. I think we have to rely on staff to do that. But also it's looking at the entire rec trail and recognizing how popular it is and what are our options. And I think some of those options should be more incremental instead of taking on a massively large work product and trying to designate somebody that's their job. And then all of a sudden we have officers staked out and we're talking about putting signal lights on the rec trail and, and all that kind of stuff, speed bumps. But, so let's approach a problem incrementally as it's needed. And let's not make too much of it as it's under the heading and the umbrella of safety, which tends to drive everybody. So let's not get too overwhelmed with trying to do everything. Let's look and see what are the things that would make the best improvement for the safety that we need to answer based on what the analysis tells us.
I would just say that I think some cyclists, particularly like the mountain bike type folks, would love to have speed bumps on the rec trail. Like I could see them flying, getting some good air.
Yeah, we don't want that.
We don't want that.
We don't want that. We don't want that.
All right. Well, I think with that, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Motion passes unanimously. And with that, thank you for the discussion. And thank you, staff, for the work on this and to the business community who came out and helped be a part of this conversation. I think it's a good one. All right. With that, we'll go ahead and go to closed session item. We have 2 items: public employee performance evaluation, city manager, public employee performance evaluation pursuant to government code section 549. Could you hang out for 1 second? 54957B1, conference with labor negotiator pursuant to government code section 54957 tax 6 for labor negotiations. Agency negotiator Shalene Bennett, unrepresented employee, city manager. Item number 10 is closed session conference with real property negotiator pursuant to government code section 54956 tax 8. Anybody in the public wish to speak on either of these items, we'll check with these folks on Zoom to use the raise hand function. In the meantime, I'll check in the chamber. Seeing none, we'll go back to the Zoom. I'll do a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, One, we have nobody on Zoom, so we'll go ahead and recess to closed session and we'll reconvene at 7 o'clock. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to our evening session, Tuesday, March 4th, 2025. We're going to go ahead and reconvene. And I think next was Councilmember Smith will lead us off in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please join us in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thanks, Ed.
Yeah.
And with that, we will continue. Oh, yes, we'll continue general public comments. So these are for items that are not on today's agenda. I'll just reiterate how this works. We'll ask folks to identify themselves at the beginning of the public comment period. We'll then close it off and only those folks will be able to speak. So we're going to ask for those folks now. So for folks on Zoom, if you can use the raise hand function, and I'll give you a second to navigate there while I check with folks in the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak for general public comments? Not seeing any takers. So we'll go back to Zoom and I'll do a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have 3 folks on Zoom. So we'll go ahead and go to those callers. 3 minutes, please.
Go ahead, Esther.
Good evening. I'm sitting here trying to cook my dinner with no lights on again, which I'm not happy about. That's not what I was going to comment about, but that just happened, so I don't have a choice. I first wanted to thank staff and the council for the excellent town hall meeting that we had. The turnout was incredible and the information was really good. I wish somebody had asked PG&E why we were getting rate hikes while they're cashing in on record profits and we're having to deal with this. I guess that's all I wanted to say. Right now, it was a really good town hall and I'm hoping to see more of that. Thank you.
All right, next is Brian.
About a new scam that's
Hello? Sorry.
We can hear you. Please
you
go
got
ahead.
Mixed up with the buttons. Hang on one second.
Oh.
This is Brian.
Hi. Now can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, City Council. This is Brian Rosen. We have a crisis going on, and I think every single city in this country needs to speak up via resolution. We have a dictator in power who's declaring himself a king, who's shredding the Constitution, who has appointed Elon Musk they're doing all kinds of illegal things. They're getting rid of veterans benefits, huge amounts of benefits. They're firing huge amounts of veterans. They're getting rid of aid for foreign countries for starving people. They're hacking into our social security information. They're cutting funding illegally that can only be cut by Congress. You really need to make a resolution. This is very dangerous and it can affect everybody when we have people who are like Nazis and fascists in control of our government. It's bad enough the way things are with the genocide in Gaza, with the genocide that our government is supporting, that Mr. Panetta is supporting, but now it seems even worse. And Mr. Trump is calling for the ethnic cleansing of Gaza so he can have set up big resorts there. These are real people, children, women being killed, murdered in cold blood constantly. You know, the top movie that got one of the movies that got one of the main Oscars is about the Palestinians. It's produced by a Palestinian and a Jewish person. It's banned in theaters across our country. So these are very difficult times, and we all need to speak out against bad things that our government is doing, against the attack on our Constitution. All of us need to resist this tyranny and these horrible things that our military industrial complex is doing, like in helping Israel do this genocide. Don't forget the words of Martin Luther King about the military industrial complex, that the U.S. government is what is the most destructive force in the world. Mayor, I really highly recommend, and all of you listen to the 3 Evils of Society on YouTube. We are in a crisis and we need to make peace, not war. And we need you to speak out against what Trump is doing to the country, because it is very, very dangerous. Thank you very much.
And our last speaker is a telephone caller with the last 3 digits, 705.
Yes, good evening. Good evening, City Council members. Lorna Moffett here. I second what Brian says, and I'd like you to initiate a citizen's arrest on behalf of myself and fellow citizens of Elon Musk, because he is illegally doing things that the Congress has already funded and wants done. And he's very, very dangerous. And I really think that Trump is testing the Constitution itself. And he's finding that he can do whatever he wants. And we're allowing it. And I think I envision a citizen's arrest where at least 1,000 people encircle a building where Elon Musk is residing, doing his business, whether it's Doge or whatever, and saying, you're under citizen's arrest for illegally messing with things that you are not supposed to be messing with. Remember, this is our tax dollars, my hard-earned tax dollars, not his, not Trump's. It's yours and mine. And we have programs that we want to make sure are humane and helping other people. And they're taking that away. So please initiate, speak up, because this is as dangerous as when Hitler started getting in power. And they're saying that they can do it because they can, because Americans are weak and we don't know what to do. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and close public comment. And we'll move to announcements from closed session. We're going to continue item number 9 until after the evening session. And then item number 10, I just kind of wanted to get it. We didn't get to item number 10, so I just wanted to take a pulse of the council. Benna is here to stay with us, but I don't know how long this evening session is going to go. So we can either continue item 10 to a future council meeting, or if we think we can get to it pretty quickly, I think it will be a quick one. So I just kind of wanted to get a sense from the council in regards to, we want to continue, we want to do it this evening into another council meeting?
It's negotiations that I don't know if that will hold up anything.
I think,
Maybe we
I think
have to
staff was
leave it.
good with it being continued if we.
We can continue it.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. We'll continue item 10 to a future council meeting. All right. Thank you, Janice. Sorry for keeping you this late. We love you. All right. With that, we'll go to our public appearance, item number 11, first reading of an ordinance amending chapter 23, section 1, 2, and 9, repealing section 23-3, subsections A through C, and section 20 through 85, and adding chapter 32, section 5, relating to camping and recreation areas and on other public property and in vehicles. And with that, I'll pass it to Hans for staff presentation.
I wasn't sure if there was an announcement at a closed session or the. Okay.
We're going to continue item number 9. There was no reportable action. Thank you for that. Thank you.
I wanted her to say that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and we jump right in, and I will ask Karen to present the city's recommendation for this camping ordinance.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Karen Salama, the Assistant City Attorney. I'll be presenting on the camping ordinance. Nat's pulling up the slides. Okay, so this is a proposed ordinance amending various portions of the city code relating to camping, both in recreation areas and on other public property, as well as in vehicles. So a bit of history. Since the 1970s, the city has prohibited camping in all recreation areas, except for the campground in Veterans Park and Whispering Pines Park. Whispering Pines has not been used for camping in recent years, so it's just primarily Veterans Park. Additionally, also since the 1970s, camping, sleeping, habitating in vehicles on city streets and parking lots has also been prohibited. So as many of you are aware, there's been a lot of legal action lately dealing with camping, both on public property and in vehicles on streets. So one of the earliest cases was in 2014 out of the city of Los Angeles, the Desert Rain case. And the Ninth Circuit struck down Los Angeles's prohibition in that case on habitating in cars. They viewed it as vague, unconstitutionally vague, because what exactly is habitating in a car, and just led to selective enforcement. And in terms of almost anyone could have items in their car, but only homeless people were targeted by the LAPD in that case. Another important decision then was in 2019 with the Martin versus City of Boise case. And in that case, the Ninth Circuit looked and tied camping on public property to the availability of shelter beds in that jurisdiction. And so if there was a greater number of homeless individuals in the jurisdiction than the number of available shelter beds, the Ninth Circuit held that it constituted cruel and unusual punishment under the Eighth Amendment to then enforce a camping prohibition at that point. So after the 2019 decision, it became very difficult for local governments, police departments around the Western states to track the availability of shelter beds, get individuals into shelter if they were available. And so enforcement became very difficult and challenging. So that brings us up to this past year when the Supreme Court decided the Johnson versus Grant Pass case. And there they held generally applicable municipal ordinances that prohibit camping. So they apply to everyone, whether you're a backpacker or someone who is unhoused. So those generally applicable municipal ordinances are constitutional and do not constitute cruel and unusual punishment, even when applied to individuals experiencing homelessness. So at the same time, this does not affect the Desert Rain case that dealt with habitating and sleeping in vehicles. The Supreme Court didn't take up or address that issue in the Grants Pass case. So another important thing to note in terms of the legal landscape in California on this issue is then the governor issued an executive order urging local agencies to address homeless encampments, noting, for example, that they can threaten the safety and viability of nearby businesses and neighborhoods and undermine the cleanliness and usability of parks, water supplies, and other public resources. So that's sort of the legal background of this issue that's very important. And so the city attorney's office, the Parks and Recreation Department, the police department, we all work collaboratively to come to you with an ordinance that we feel is legally defensible and balances the various interests at stake. So the proposed ordinance amendments before you tonight, we're moving camping regulations out of Chapter 23 of the City Code, which dealt only with recreation areas. So we're moving it to Chapter 32, which applies to public property more broadly. Then we're recommending repeal of Section 28-85, which is the sleeping in cars, vehicles, in light of the Desert Rain case. At the same time, In chapter 32, we're proposing expanding the camping prohibition. So it would no longer be allowed in Whispering Pines Park. It would be prohibited on all public property within 1,000 feet of school sites. And so here, let me just mention, in the original draft that was published in the packet, the language had mentioned within 2 blocks of schools. And public comment from several different people mentioned they thought that was confusing around some of the schools, particularly with a lot of the curving streets. And I consulted with the police chief, and he agreed that it did make sense to change that to 1,000 feet of school sites. So it's a really clear measurement. And so we put on the dais tonight revised ordinance, and you can see in it's section 7 of the ordinance in a red line, we've taken out the 2 blocks and changed it to 1,000 feet of the school. So, and then prohibiting camping in the cemetery. And finally, prohibiting camping in high and very high fire hazard zones. And that's based on the map that's in the adopted general plan. So I'm going to show you on the slide there. So right now, the high severity zones are the dark red within the city. You can see this is the map from the general plan. Now, the governor's office and CAL FIRE have been preparing updated maps, and those should come out later in this month. We don't know yet what that map is going to look like, so we're still recommending approval of the ordinance with this map that we know, because we can't adopt something where we have no idea what is going to be on it yet. But of course, if that map, the updated maps change significantly the fire hazard zones, we can always come back and amend the ordinance to reference the new map. And let's see. Maybe that's the end. I think that largely, okay, here we go. Enforcement and next steps, also important. So the draft ordinance as proposed does have a requirement that individuals be given a warning within a 30-day period before they're cited. So currently, this is the same requirement that's in the city's sit-lie ordinance that applies in the commercial districts, in Alvarado, for example. And generally, police in our office have found that to be a workable provision. It also ensures that individuals know the law and are aware of the prohibitions. Additionally, because another avenue that a lot of people have discussed with these type of ordinances and their constitutionality is the excessive fines prohibition in the Constitution. So we've suggested lower fine amounts for other city code violations, and it's a phased in dollar amount, even when it's an infraction and misdemeanor. And then we do want to mention, we're going to continue to have outreach by the police department's multidisciplinary outreach team working towards shelter, connecting people with housing and other services. And that, I believe, is my last slide. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. We'll open it up to the council for questions. Please, Councilmember Smith.
Yeah, thank you very much. I want to follow along with the point you made, which was the decision that was not overturned by the Supreme Court, which affects the no sleeping in vehicles ordinance.
Mhm.
So as we adopt and change and move everything to 32, it looks to me like there's still an area that may create some safety challenges. If it's outside of 1,000 feet of a school, then there would be no prohibition for sleeping in a car. Unless, no park is applied. It's on a public street, on a roadway. RVs, fifth wheels, campers, or sleeping in the vehicle. It's true that would be exempt, correct?
So That is not covered in these ordinances. There are certain areas in the city where we have no overnight parking.
Okay.
And that is certainly an avenue that can be expanded because that is another generally applicable ordinance. No parking, whether you're sleeping in your car or not sleeping in your car. So that's something council may want to consider in the future.
So that would be under a parking ordinance.
Yes.
That might be something like no parking after 8 p.m.
That could be one example.
Okay. Okay. Mayor, that's the only question I had right now.
Okay. Any other questions? I just had one question. In the ordinance, it identifies an infraction versus a misdemeanor and the different fees associated with that. And how does the city intend to determine an instance when it's a misdemeanor versus when it's an infraction?
So ultimately, that's generally the discretion of the police officer. I will say our practice is always been to start at the lowest level. So start with, first off, the warning, advising people how to get services, those type of things. And then, they have the administrative citation available. Next would be an infraction. So generally we advise or recommend a stepped in approach, but police officers always have discretion.
Okay. 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 I think that's it for now.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. With that, we'll take it out to the public. Oh, I apologize. One more.
Didn't have it before.
Yeah.
So on the penalties, the last one listed is placement in jail. And would that create a misdemeanor record for the client, for the unhoused person? Do they come out then with a stigmatized history?
So whether you're actually put in jail or just given a fine, if you have a misdemeanor conviction, it's the same. It doesn't matter the punishment imposed.
So they just have a history of a misdemeanor.
Misdemeanor.
Thank you.
Okay. And with that, we'll take it out to the public. So I will start with folks on Zoom. If you can navigate to the raise hand function if you wish to speak on this item. And then while you are finding your way there, I will check in with the chamber. If anybody wishes to speak on this item in the chamber, I ask for you to line up to the left of the podium. Or if you prefer to stay seated, if you could just identify yourself by raising your hand. I think you're the only one in here, so you can come on up. Anybody else in the chamber? So we'll go ahead and cut it off in the chamber, and I'll do a last check on Zoom. I'll do a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have 6 on Zoom. We'll cut it off there. We'll go ahead and start in the chamber. We'll do 3 minutes, please.
So I wanted to say I really like a lot of the language that I saw in this packet. I wanted to bring pictures real quick that I wanted to be able to pass around to the council to see, because these aren't really necessarily addressed. So these are the activities that are happening every day in front of the kids at the parks, at the tennis center. If you can. These are just from this last week. So that way everybody could see them. So I'm not sure. I do feel like this is just kind of a starting point as far as the concerned. A lot of the people in these photos are, I believe, displaced housing, but the majority of them are people that are doing illegal activities on drugs. And so I was able to have the police department pull up over the last couple of years, because I've been to many meetings with the different businesses, especially last year. We were having homeless men throw all those boulders through all of the glass. And we were told, as all of the businesses in the Alvarado area, in the downtown area, the corridor that's affected because of the safe place, that we should pull together our own resources and just hire our own security, and a lot of these businesses, they're paying over $500,000 in local property taxes twice a year. So then to be told, we'll just go hire some of your own security. I mean, we're talking just trying to walk to my car at 4 o'clock. So I did have a printout of last year alone, we had to call 911 over 40 times, and that's my one little business in my one little spot. And I know when to call 911, when not. These are people that are either trying to intrude physically into our business, are either accosting the kids. They taunt my kids. They're doing drugs. There are also one of the businessmen, his dog almost died because of getting some sort of contact on his paw. So we don't know if he ingested it or if it was just walking on it. Me and my sister were attacked. So this is the pictures of the gentleman. If you could pass those around. Gave his advocate at the safe
Make sure you're
place.
talking to the mic so that folks can hear you.
He gave his weapon to his advocate at the safe place, and they hid it from the police officers. And I actually had drove to get it on camera, and nothing was done. So I'm just looking for some language for help. I really like where you guys are going with this, but those people aren't camping. They're just drug addicts on the street in front of the parks. And I don't want my kids to die from accidental fentanyl poisoning while they're just trying to play at the tennis center, because that's where my kids go to camp, because I work full time and I have 3 kids. I just want to be able to see my kids. So I put them in tennis. I don't even know how to play tennis or keep score. I just want to be able to see my kids since I have to work every day. And I don't want my dog to die either, because we had to adopt a German Shepherd that there's in the picture of him in the window to keep the people from
I
coming in.
apologize. I have to let you
That's
stop
okay.
there just because of the time constraints,
fine.
but thank you for your public
I'm just
comment.
concerned that they're not intense, but there's
Yep.
still a safety
And if you
issue.
have any additional, again, you could reach out to us and we can continue those conversations. And just for everybody's awareness, once the 3 minutes are up, I have to do the same for everybody, because if we let somebody go longer, then we're going to have to let that for everybody else. And I just want to make sure that we're doing everything fairly and by the law.
Yeah.
So I apologize, but thank you for your public comment.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. And with that, we'll go to our public commenters online.
First is Mitchell.
Good evening, everyone.
Go ahead, please.
Good evening, Mayor. Can you all hear me?
We can.
Awesome. So thanks, for the presentation to the young lady that made it. I did not see any language for business districts that was included there. I'd agree with the young lady that spoke just before me. There are immense challenges. My staff does not feel safe walking to their cars as early as 7 p.m. or 8 p.m. in the evening, especially the female staff members. It is a drug problem. It is a safety problem. And we need more patrol, and we need no camping, no sit and lie in all our business districts. I've been vocal about this for a couple of years. It's great to see some progress within the city, but as a business owner, again, I reiterate, there are customers from Carmel that refuse to come and patronize our business because they do not feel safe on Alvarado Street. And it has become quite perplexing as to the fact that these individuals, mostly, I believe, are dealing with mental health challenges and drug abuse challenges. They seem to have more rights than we do. And I would request again that we have patrol, police patrol, regular police patrol to deal with them appropriately and just give a sense of safety to the folks that work in the business districts and patronize the business districts. And I hope I'm wrong, but I did not see any verbiage that said no camping also included business districts, and I highly encourage you to include that. We're a tourist destination. We're a conference destination. Last week, we had the pistachio growers in town. I don't believe there's any conference this week, but I know there's one next week. And it is embarrassing to host guests from all around the world with people sitting on the sidewalk
spreading their things out, panhandling, harassing, guests to the city of Monterey, walking by and making everybody feel insecure. We hosted a private party on Tuesday. They all went to dinner in Carmel because they did not want to be in Monterey. So with that thought, thank you for your time, and we hope to have better security in business districts.
Next is Esther. Esther, go ahead, please.
Good evening again. So on the map, I noticed that Laguna Grande Park was not included. That has to be updated. This neighborhood has residences whose backyards butt up to that park, where we have had fires from encampments, where we have a PG&E substation that I'm sitting here in the dark again because of explosions over there, and our park is loaded with fuel while we wait around for the JPA to get around to doing some project over there that I've been talking about for 12 years. So the city has to include that park and deal with Seaside in another direction. But if you're going to include parks in other neighborhoods and near schools, this park must be added to the updated fire zone. We've had a lot of our issues over here. We know what it's like. We also know that the police cannot be everywhere all the time. Every single police department in the country is having trouble recruiting people and being able to get people staffed, department staffed. Our police department goes above and beyond and has created the MDOT program and other things that they do. And just asking for more police to be in front of your businesses or in front of, schools or whatever, that's not practical. We don't have the bodies. Unless you can find people miraculously that want to be cops, that's not going to happen. So we have to find other ways of dealing with this. We have a homeless problem. I woke up this morning to an email from a woman that is 77 years old that has lived here for 20 some odd years in a place that she is losing and cannot find a place to live. She will end up living in her car if she has one and on the streets if she doesn't. We cannot just blanket say that we have to get rid of the homeless people on these streets. We have to create a safe place for these vehicles to be for the people that are unfortunate enough that are going to be living in the cars, who happen to be more fortunate than the people that don't have vehicles. So I highly suggest that you consider an option, not just a blanket statement that these cars cannot be around. It is not a solution that is going to be practical, and putting our police department in the position of enforcing that kind of an ordinance without having more options than what they already have is not fair to them any more than it is to the people that are going to be affected by it. Thank you.
Next speaker is Brian. Brian, go ahead, please. All right, I will come back to Brian. I will call next on Tom.
Good evening. Thank you very much. You have my written comments, and I appreciate you incorporating the change to 1,000 feet. I'm a little confused, maybe as Council Member Smith is, or maybe he's not confused. I'm confused about the Desert Rain case. And it sounds like what we heard was that it means that you can't really enforce against people in vehicles. And I guess the rationale is that if somebody just takes a nap in their car for an hour, is that illegal? Is it a duration thing? But I'd like to get some clarification on, is it enforceable against people who are sleeping in their car? And I guess you'd have to define, what does that mean? Or they have to be unconscious for a certain period of time. We heard a lot of people talk about the business district and parks, but no talk about the neighborhoods. I mean, I don't want to have a vehicle with somebody camping in it out in front of my house. And I don't care if it's a brand new Class A $700,000 RV or an old town and country minivan that's about ready to die. I just don't want somebody camping in front of my house. And the other thing is that they tend to cause water pollution. At least they sometimes will drain their gray water or their black water out onto the ground. It's not appropriate. I would agree wholeheartedly with Esther that you need to have an alternative for those people who are truly homeless, that they can safely park their vehicle and stay there at night, that we can all agree upon. And then the rest of the city, they should be prohibited from camping willy-nilly wherever they want to. And at the very least, one of my other comments that hasn't been addressed yet is it says you can't park you can't camp in a park, but it didn't say anything about camping adjacent to a park. So I can park my car next to a park, like right out at the curb, and sleep in my car all night long. And that to me doesn't make much sense. I think obviously you can't park your car in the park. So what's the point? I mean, yeah, that would address people with tents and just sleeping out on the ground. But I don't think it's any better though to have the same people that other speakers talked about who may be drug addicted or have some issues that endanger other people. We don't want them parking right in front of a park either. So I would encourage you to develop a plan for where people can park overnight, and then just prohibit overnight camping throughout the entire city. I appreciate your letting me talk. Thank you.
Next speaker is Lorna Moffett.
Yes. You need to address the alternatives, and you haven't done that. So you need to do that. People sleeping in their cars would be required to, I'm asking that Monterey would open up city parking lots at night like Santa Barbara does, with portable bathrooms per lot. People sleeping in their cars would be required to leave when the parking lots open during the day. You aren't going to make homelessness go away by passing your proposed recommendations, and it opens you up for lawsuits when you have alternatives and you don't consider them in your ordinances. The Supreme Court decision stressed that depending on the specific wording used in an anti-camping ordinance, it may still violate the due process protections of the 5th and 14th Amendment, or the prohibitions on excessive fines in the 8th Amendment, even if the ordinance does not constitute cruel and unusual punishment. You should consider the alternatives for the homeless, because that is the humane thing to do, and it's the lawful thing to do. We are a nation under God, and God asks us to take care of one another. And with climate change and fires and floods, inflation and high rents, more and more thousands and millions of us will need each other and our city officials to help as we lose our homes, not to hinder our ability to help ourselves by allowing camping in our cars and providing a safe place to sleep at night. You mentioned all the resources available for homeless people, but I know firsthand that none of those places helped me help a homeless veteran on the wharf who was a cripple in a wheelchair and left to die on the streets if I hadn't intervened and watched over him. None of those so-called agencies helped or even answered my calls for help. It's all answer machines until a city official calls them. Then they pick up the phone. The only ones that helped me is Teeny with Salvation Army. Teeny has provided sleeping bags and tents, and you city council members want to deprive them of that? I dare one of you try and sleep out in this cold without shelter, and that is basically what you're doing. How godless can we get? So please consider carefully this first hearing and make sure you provide places for the homeless to stay before you condemn them to a situation where they can't even help themselves stay warm at night. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to try Brian again. Go ahead, please.
Hi, City Council. Brian Rosen here. I'm very concerned about the cruelty of this. All these cities are going to make homelessness illegal. Where are people going to go? You go to one city, you go to another, they give you a Greyhound ticket one way or whatever. We're back right where we started from. There's a reason for all of this. This is a symptom of not a very healthy society. We need to start helping people and healing people. Certainly you can't just say you can't sleep. How cruel can you get? I mean, not all homeless people are killers, murderers, or drug addicts. There's all kinds of people. I noticed when I saw a thing about when a homeless person is murdered, it's they don't get the mayor walking right by the procession that, like when the insurance CEO is murdered. There's homeless people. A homeless person could be an angel in disguise. We're being tested. We're supposed to help the poor. We're supposed to help people to help themselves get up on their feet. Certainly, we need to give people a safe place to stay warm and sleep, and maybe provide some trailers. But there's a lot of homeless people living in their cars. Where in the hell are they supposed to go? And we need to put this on hold until we can come up with some place for them to go. People in fancy cars are seldom bothered. Sometimes people don't even know somebody's sleeping in one. It becomes very unevenly enforced against poor, unfortunate individuals. For centuries, the gypsies were driven from one town to another, and they certainly had a bad reputation. But there's all kinds of people. There's good people, bad people, angelic, sweet people, drug addicts, people who lost their jobs, veterans. Lots of homeless people are veterans of our wars. They don't get taken care of. They're out in the street. I remember there was that man. I remember about the man in Monterey at Fisherman's Wharf. That was a veteran. And now what's going to happen? He had nowhere to go. Where's he going to go? Jail. Okay, after you get a little warning, then you get a fine. You don't have anywhere to go. Then you end up in jail. And I'm not so sure that there's plenty of homeless people who are kind of decent, just down on their hard luck. They're not all a bunch of dangerous people. This is so stereotypical. It reminds me of what was said about Jews or maybe blacks back in the civil rights era, how dangerous they were. Hogwash. The white people with the property and the land, they were the dangerous people and stringing people up in trees. And so don't give me this business about homeless people. Let's help them. That's what God wants us to do. If we don't help them, then
And our last speaker is Kim.
Hi, good evening. Sorry to be the last speaker. I originally called in just to speak to the public safety with parks and children and where we are allowing homeless people to stay and sleep. My son attends the rec camp for the volleyball on the beach, and he came home telling me stories that I just he has never been exposed to. And also listening to everybody's, comments. I think that this ordinance is definitely a place to start. But I also hear the other argument about having alternative of where people are supposed to go. And I think that the big elephant in the room is actually when we're dealing with our local homeless people versus our transient homeless people. Our local homeless people usually tend to take care of our community, and they're doing the best that they can. And then we also have transient homeless people that come in that may start these fires, and may set up a tent in one of our really nice areas and also get out of their tent in the morning and defecate, like, in front of all of the children at camp. So I think that there's definitely a place that we need to start. I also wanted to address like the 30 days to, you know, move somewhere else. I feel like 30 days is also a lot of time. I know that, when you go to a state recreation park, you have 7 days that you're allowed to stay, and 7 days, and that's for any family that's just camping. 7 days is usually a time period that you're allowed to stay in one place. I think that it's also very important, like everyone else was saying, to find an alternative solution for everything. And I think that, having a place where they can transition and become contributing members to society by having, showers, internet access, ability to apply for jobs, and move forward with their ability to be in this community. I think that it's really important that we address that situation. I think that this proposal is a starting point, and I also encourage that it gives our police the discretion, like what was said. I just really want to encourage that our police are allowed discretion without being reprimanded for enforcing the laws that are on the books and enforcing this policy that you guys are about to vote on.
Okay, thank you for everybody that provided public comment. We'll bring it back to the council for deliberation. Who would like to start us off? Dr. Barber.
Oh, yes. Thank you for presentation and for all of the public comments. So I just want a clarification. They already know where I'm going. Desert rain. Can we get a?
Yeah, Des train.
That.
Des train. Yeah.
Desert rain. I said desert rain.
She did.
Desert,
Yes,
desert
that's
rain.
what I'd like to get
Okay.
clarification
Desert
on.
rain.
Ed, leave me alone. That's what I'd like to get clarification on.
Okay.
I gave.
Just about what that case means, or anything in particular, or?
So it sounded like,
Mhm.
even from the public comment, that they were kind of confused
Mhm.
about, like, does it prohibit the sleeping in the cars? Does it not prohibit the sleeping in the cars? So by saying that was not overruled, breaking that down of what it
Okay.
does mean as opposed to the double negative.
So that case is still the law in the Ninth Circuit, which we are part of. So in that case, dealt with sleeping, habitating, living, camping in your car. So it wasn't just a parking regulation. And again, the court there found that those terms applied in that context were vague. We've all seen people with a lot of stuff in their car. Are they habitating in their car when that's not really, where is that line? And when you leave too much discretion to police officers, the courts step in and say, no, the law there is too vague. Same with, okay, are you just pulling over because you're tired, you've been driving all day, and you're going to take a 30-minute nap and get back on the road? Or are you living in your car and you're sleeping there overnight? Who is going to determine that? Are we going to have police do a stakeout and see after 8 hours that they've been sleeping there overnight? So the court found routinely in the city of Los Angeles, it was only being enforced against homeless individuals. And they said that arbitrary enforcement with these vague terms was unconstitutional. So that's still the law in California in the whole Ninth Circuit. And that's why we're recommending that 20-85 be repealed. It hasn't been enforced in the city of Monterey in the last several years anyway. And then we can address things through other types of regulations, whether the council wants that to be, okay, here's a parking area we're designating, or we're going to say no overnight parking in particular areas. Those are options we can consider in the future.
Okay, so to be clear, if someone is taking a nap in their car for their lunch, as the gentleman had brought up, that would not be an issue. And of course, with desert rain, it's not an issue anyway because of that not being overruled, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so if someone is unhoused all of a sudden, I'm not even talking about have been on the street, but all of a sudden lost their place and they have to pack everything up in their car and they don't know where they're going yet, but they stop and they're, just trying to figure it all out. They're devastated and they have their car packed up and they're there for 5 hours crying or whatever, trying to get it together and figuring out, or even fall asleep while they're in their vehicles. Is that covered under desert rain?
So they would need to comply with the general parking regulations of that
Right. Like if
area.
they already are complying with that, then would
Yes.
that be under desert rain?
So in that situation, it would depend. I will say it's difficult because that looked at the one ordinance in Los Angeles and struck it down. Our ordinance 20-85 uses very similar terms. So our view is that it would be likely to be also held unconstitutional, which is why we advise that it not
Take
be
that out.
enforced.
So that wouldn't become.
And so then that person parked there for 5 hours crying or whatever, they would not be violating the law then,
Okay.
assuming, yeah.
And if I could just add one thing to clarify, we haven't been enforcing that anyways, though, right? So we've had that in place, but there's been no enforcement on it because of the case law surrounding
Yes.
this case.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Great. I appreciate
Yeah.
you working with me.
I know,
to help
it's
me
hard.
get this clarification because it's helpful to me.
Yeah.
So,
And can I follow up just on the case?
yes.
So that was 2019 and it wasn't appealed to the Supreme Court? And
that was-
why not? And
It was 2014. I don't know if it was appealed and just not taken,
Yeah.
accepted. Very few are. I don't know off the
Okay.
top of my head.
Thank you.
Did you have something else that
no,
you
go
want to
ahead.
follow up on? Okay. Okay, so that's helpful. Because for me, I'm just trying to see the balance between the criminal piece, which we want to keep our community safe, business community, residential community, the public spaces. We want to make sure people are being kept safe. But then there's the non-criminal piece of being unhoused. That's not a crime because you lost your house. It's not a crime because you don't have a place to sleep, right? And we can't criminalize it. And I think that's the part we have to be careful of. And so by doing it this way, how do we help them? I mean, even if you have somebody who gets a fine, right, the first time doing that, because it's once is the warning in 30 days, but then after that, it would be a fine starting at the lower end. If they don't have a place to sleep, they can't get a fine, they can't find money for a fine. So if that's the case, how are we able to connect them with nonprofits that can help them to even pay that fine, right? Like looking at those pieces and then how do we connect them? I know MDOT does a great job and they would be, pulled into that, but what other things are we doing to how we can implement this so that we have a humanitarian side of the balance?
So I will say, and I wanted to add to my comment to Councilmember Rash's question, which ties in here too. If you are charged with a misdemeanor, the courts have a diversion program now that's very robust. And so if it's your first misdemeanor for this type, it's more likely than not, you'd be sent to a diversion program, which would work to more get someone on a path towards success. And then they actually would not have a misdemeanor on their record if they successfully complete the diversion program. It's just completely gone. So there are paths through this that can hopefully connect people with ways to get them out of this sort of cycle.
Okay, I'll leave it there right now, but I just think we have a few holes to kind of fill in, but I think it's a good thing of what we're doing for the safety part of it, but I think we just have a little bit more work to do on the unhoused piece of how we direct them and what happens to them afterwards.
Mr. Mayor, would it be possible if I clarified two other points really
Please.
briefly? So one, I know people were mentioning commercial zones, and I just wanted to mention or highlight that in Chapter 32, we do have the sit-lie ordinance that applies in our commercial zones. So you can't spread out your sleeping bag and just lie down on the sidewalk between, I believe it's 7 a.m. and 9 p.m. And then there's also a separate provision there that 24 hours a day, you can't block the whole sidewalk. So there are provisions that apply in the commercial district. And then with respect to Laguna Grande, I know that CAL FIRE has not designated it as a high fire zone, but it is a park, a recreation area. And so camping would be prohibited there under the proposed ordinance. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Could I ask 2 follow-up questions? I'm one for each of those.
Sure.
So I'll start with Laguna Grande. I think the challenge with Laguna Grande is that the portion that's an issue is seaside jurisdiction, right? So I don't know how our policy has anything to do with that wooded area right behind our residential community that abuts up against our residential community. So that's really more of a statement, not a question, unless you had some feedback there.
No, I mean, you're correct. Our ordinances don't apply in other jurisdictions.
Okay. And then on the business district portion, could you describe how the sit and lie works a little bit more contextually? Because I've had conversations with owners in the business community. We've heard some tonight during public comment, and I'm open to hearing from the police chief too, if that's helpful in regards to helping to fill in the gap in regards to what is it that they're wanting versus where we're at.
So in terms of the law, our ordinance on the books, so it has the 30-day requirement, and I wanted to clarify that for the warning. So it's not, okay, I warn you and I can't cite you for 30 days. It's that you've been warned within 30 days. So if you warn someone today and you come back tomorrow and they're in the same spot, okay, then you can proceed on the enforcement mechanisms. And so if it was noon and someone had, set up whatever chair, sleeping bag along Alvarado, they've been warned yesterday, I'm sure the chief could expand on it, but I think they'd say, hey, you need to stand up and move along. And then if they didn't, the officer has discretion on whether that's going to be an admin cite or an infraction. The sit lie ordinance does not allow for misdemeanors.
What are the hours of the sit and lie?
7 a.m. to 9 p.m.
7 a.m. to 9 p.m. They can't sit and lie, but outside of that, they can.
They can. They still cannot block the whole sidewalk or be like in doorways blocking entryways to businesses. But yes, they could be on other portions of the sidewalk that still allow for ingress and egress.
And then, sorry, last question on this. If they're violating that, law, what happens currently under the law? What's the enforcement mechanism that, or what is the practice that takes place within the city to address that individual that might be sitting and or lying on Alvarado Street?
So if they're violating the sit lie ordinance, do you want to talk on sort of a practical level?
Just wanted you to stretch your legs a little bit, Chief.
How much time do I have, sir? Every time I get up here, he says, I stop talking. Perfect. 6 minutes. Thank you, Nat. So I think the question was, how does that work? What would we do in that situation? And there's been a lot of discussion surrounding the compassionate part of this and the enforcement part. And that's really, Karen talked about discretion. The discretion is a huge part of this. So I don't know exactly what's going to happen in that specific situation. But that's why the officers that are out there have to have the discretion. We know what the rules are. You have to warn them within the last 30 days before you can take any kind of enforcement action. Now, the question, are we going to arrest them on that first time? Is it going to be an infraction? Is it going to be a misdemeanor? The officers know who the folks are. And most of the time, compassionately, what they're trying to do is go up there and say, bro, you know that you can't sit here because last week I told you can't sit between these hours. So you either need to stand up or move on or that kind of thing. We're in a small town. The officers know who these folks are, and they try to deal with it compassionately without having to take enforcement. Now, the balance is we hear from some folks when Mitt called in, obviously very frustrated about what's going on down on Alvarado. There are times that they cite, but most of the time the people are standing up then we allow them to stand up and they're not getting a citation. We hear about all kinds of instances of things that have happened, but we need to be called. And then there has to be somebody that's willing to sign some sort of a complaint, because if it's a misdemeanor or infraction not committed in our presence, we can't then take enforcement action. So all of the things that you're discussing, I'm sitting over here thinking, this is why we pay our police officers and train them to the level that they do. They have to understand the law that Karen has just explained with 3 different cases, one that includes sleeping in cars, 2 that include those that are homeless sleeping in different areas. We've talked about in public areas. We've talked about in private areas. And so all of this then juxtaposed with how are we treating them fairly while also enforcing the law, because we're hearing both parts of this, are the things that we're trying to do through the MDOT program, through the CAT program, so that it is somewhat of a carrot and a stick. Hey, we want to help you. I think there was a question about what are we doing to help them? And we want to do a lot to help them. But I also don't like, and somebody talked about this, I think one of the callers, we don't like to paint the brush of the person is homeless and all the homeless are the same. The person you described, council member, that's sleeping in their car because something bad happened, that person wants services. That person, if we go and talk to them, they're going to take all the services we can. The people we're dealing with, the people that we're talking about with many of these issues are service-resistant people. It's a very small group of the homeless that we try to get services to, and they don't want them. So sometimes when the question is, what are we doing for them? My question is, what are they doing for themselves? Because we offer over and over and over and over for them to take services and they don't. And that's when we get involved. So, okay, there it is in 2.5 minutes.
Wow. You didn't even need the timer.
I could keep going. I could keep going.
You got more time on the books.
Did I answer the question?
Feel better though? I mean, no, I'm just kidding. Yes,
I do. I got to stretch. I got to talk.
Thank you, Police Chief. I appreciate you. All right, who would like to? I kind of butted in there because the additional information that was provided. So I'll come back, but I think Councilman Garcia has his hand up here.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Karen, for the presentation. Oh, there you are. I have a couple questions and maybe a couple thoughts here. And I guess the first one, some of these have already been covered, but I just want to make it explicitly clear, because we do see a lot of the things that we're talking about are very prevalent in various areas of District 4. I'm going to focus on a couple of different areas, North Fremont Business District and Laguna Grande. So I was reading the definitions section here of the ordinance saying recreation area, all parks, places, greenbelts, etc. So to be explicitly clear, that means that Laguna Grande, right, will be this will be applied to Laguna Grande, this ordinance.
To the city's portion of Laguna Grande.
Correct, yes.
Yes,
Thank you.
yeah.
I appreciate that distinction as well, because also, as Mayor was mentioning, there is a very specific area where a lot of the residents who express concerns are pointing to, and hopefully we can do something about that in through the JPA and also through our council priorities. But thank you. Also, in terms of the, well, I guess this question was also answered. I was going to go into the sit and lie and how that can apply to commercial corridors, but maybe I can raise a question this way. So for North Fremont, we also hear from business owners how there's that kind of activity. But what if we're seeing that activity, say, a street over on Fairgrounds, for example, which is something that also happens? Does that apply?
So there is a map attached, I think, to you, Chrissy.
It's in the agenda.
It's in chapter 32.
It does cover, does this cover Fairgrounds Road? Oops.
Could we pull the map up perchance? I'm asking a lot.
It does cover Fairgrounds Road.
Okay.
Not made a face. I apologize.
No, that's okay. I can pull up.
So Nat, it's 32-6.2. And then subsection E has a hyperlink to Appendix A, which has the map.
We want to see it now.
Right now.
Right now. Chrissy, you said chapter
32-6.2.
6.2. You got it. 6.2. Here we go.
And the hyperlink is in subsection E.
Appendix A. Here we go. I'll have the map up here in a few seconds. There we go.
So the highlighted areas are the areas where the sit and lie is enforced.
Correct.
So it looks like to your question, Gino.
One side of
It looks like,
fairgrounds.
it does look like it's that one side of Fairgrounds,
Uh-huh.
Fairground Road. So if it was on the side of the fairgrounds, would that mean that it wouldn't be enforced there? Like if they were sitting along the fairground fence, maybe?
So along the fairground fence, it can be a tricky issue. That is state property. Where the line is that we can enforce the sit lie on state property is a question that might take a little more time.
Right. And I think that's a concern and a frustration, right, that we experience there because the average resident won't differentiate between city and county, right? And we see all kinds of activity there at all times throughout the day and night, right?
Yeah. So I'm fairly certain we could, if this map isn't addressing the areas that you would like to be addressed, that we could enforce our city code on state property if it's on the sidewalk. We just would need to make sure we have findings available to amend the ordinance. And those findings included like high traffic areas, where having people sitting in line on the sidewalk in high traffic areas is disruptive and interferes with pedestrians being able to walk in those locations. And we analyzed how many miles of sidewalk are in the city and where else in the city can you go and sit and lie down outside of these commercial areas. So it's an analysis, but I hadn't heard that was a problem there, but it's something we could certainly look at. And I'll double check myself, but I'm fairly certain that we could extend the ordinance to that area.
So I sit on the North Fremont Business District, and I hear this from business owners, right, who are directly impacted. A lot of those businesses, the backside of the businesses give out to Fairgrounds Road, right? And because it's the backside, right, there's a lot of opportunity for hidden areas, right, that are heavily impacted, and you see all kinds of, and I mean, I drive through there and many times just doing my own, driving around, but many times also on purpose to see exactly what is being talked about, and I see it. So
I think you're all raising really, really good points that might be discussed in more detail under the next agenda item, which is like the work program, because if we want to look at parking regulations and overnight parking regulations, maybe that's a good time to bring that up, or amending the sit-lie ordinance to address these areas of concern that we weren't previously aware of, might be a good topic for that. But for this, we're really just trying to expand the application of the camping ordinance in a way that comports with recent case law.
I would just make the point too. There is a lot of activity on there. I don't think it's specific though to sit lie on that sidewalk. And as I was kind of talking about, if officers are seeing that kind of activity, they would address. There's more things going on there that are not really this sit lie kind of thing. It's not just those that are unhoused, that are service resistant. There is a lot of stuff going on in those hotels along there. Officers are always working cases up in there, and they're very aware of the different crime issues that go along. I'm sure Ed was working up in that area 20 years ago, dealing with the same kinds of things that we're very aware of and we try to be proactive with.
Yeah, and while you're on the microphone, I'll take the opportunity to show appreciation also for the attention that you've taken, you and your team. You know, a few months ago, maybe a little bit over a year ago, we spoke about all the different cars along North Fremont that are parked, and some, you know, clearly visibly, right, are there for an extended period of time. And also we spoke about that kind of parking situation at the In Shape gym there, right? And I know your team had a meeting with management there, and I know that there's also constraints there in terms of trying to enforce. But this item also about folks in cars parked along North Fremont, specifically the longer RVs, that is a concern, because there are multiple ones along North Fremont. Now, I also want to come back to this point, and I think we're also going to be touching on the next agenda item in terms of like the services, right, that potentially could be offered, because we're talking about camping. And yes, we need to pay attention to that, but the other piece has been stated already, right? We need to really think about what are the resources that we're providing, and I think that you know, it's not a matter of the resources that we as the city of Monterey are providing, but how are we tackling this regional item as a region, right? Because I mean, from what I've gathered, we're having this conversation here, City of Monterey, City of Seaside's having it, Marina, Salinas, and it feels like it boils down to the same issues in the end. So why aren't we all working together to figure this out, right? And that's another broader conversation, I guess, but maybe we'll get into it next agenda item.
You done?
Councilmember Rash.
Okay. I'm gonna riff off Councilmember Garcia. First, before I forget, I just want to mention how lucky we are to have the city attorney and the assistant city attorney who actually litigate these cases, and so have become true experts in guiding us, and how invaluable that is. So thank you both. Here we are again. For this evening, I support the beach ordinance as it was written, the recreation ordinance as it's written, appreciate the inclusion of the 1,000 feet perimeter. And I think we need to do that, and yet recognize all the work that we still have to do. It's continually frustrating because we all understand that the homelessness problem is going to be one of the shames of our generation. And it's a result of this huge, ever widening wealth gap that is not at a local level. It's induced with federal policies that we have very little control over. We're selling our real property to anybody in the world, rather than restricting it to legal persons and citizens. We put them into real estate investment trusts, and we commodify them, and we put them into equities, raising the price so that no one can afford them anymore. We have tax codes that incentivize the accumulation of investments with second homes. So, and then we sell these investment trusts to our pension company, our pension funds. So we have this huge federally supported issue that is impoverishing us at a local level. And it's not going to change in the next 4 years. We all know that. We aren't going to adjust this. So we're going to have to live with it. The passing this ordinance tonight is a beginning. It's only a beginning. Very fair arguments that we need to protect our businesses. Maybe we can expand the sit in line from 7 a.m. to midnight to protect our restaurants. We got to keep the businesses going. We got to keep the investment into our city going. We need shelters. We need some safe parking. Maybe we can get the churches back dialoguing so we can share that burden. it's just a huge problem. Chief Hopper's not going to like this, but what I would love to see is when I was down in Pasadena at the central fire response at the Rose Bowl, they had these semi-trailers where the firefighters live while they're working, and it houses about 8 people, or fill in the blank, I don't know, 10. And maybe we could have one of those in the back of the police parking lot, and we would have an emergency shelter for when we're doing whack-a-mole. Something along these lines. We have to work after today, after we protect the parks and the beaches, for more shelter beds. We got to keep at it. Thank you.
Thank you. Did everybody go? Councilmember Smith.
Well, I've got so much. I need more than 6 minutes.
Okay, let's
I'm
go to the
kidding.
public
No, I'm
comment. No, I'm just
kidding.
kidding.
I'm kidding. I want to highlight, because I don't want the public to forget or not think it was covered. Staff answered some of the significant questions. I think I want to just summarize. Notice can be given by an officer when they're camping, sitting and lying, and they don't have to wait for 30 days to come back. So that's been addressed. So I just wanted to highlight that. Once notice is given, then enforcement can take place and they don't have to wait for 30 days. The other part that I know is frustrating is because we're navigating an ordinance around the restrictions of case law, and that's always frustrating, but it's better than being under the thumb of Martin versus Boise, which has finally been, given us some relief with some clarity. So the courts are making progress, and thank goodness the Supreme Court got that one right. They don't always get it right, but this one they did. So there is the one remaining legal issue about the sleeping in cars. I'm wondering on the wording in the ordinance where I think the public where they've expressed some confusion, and it's when it's saying the proposed amendment will prohibit camping on public property, including sidewalks within 2 blocks of schools and within the cemetery. Schools in the city cemetery are sensitive locations where camping is not compatible. So one park that's been mentioned tonight is the Laguna Grande Park, and that is known as a public property, correct? Okay, so we know that the public property is parks. So should this ordinance be a little more robust and just leaving it as public property, or should we include parks? Because when we're talking about where it applies, I guess it's the legal versus the public knowledge. So
yeah,
just a legal question. Should we be spelling out what public place means?
yes. And fortunately, we do that in the definition section. So under section 32-5A3, a recreation area includes parks.
Okay, and you are on the whereases section or the
actual
outline?
ordinance.
Oh, the one that you gave us. Okay, I've got it here.
Yeah.
Okay, so that one is part of the whereas, not part of the agenda, correct?
It's in the ordinance. It's under the draft, it's section 7 of the ordinance. And it has section 32-5, camping on public property.
Yeah, so I don't think the public has seen this, because if they just look at the agenda.
So this ordinance is attached in the packet. It's been published along with the agenda report.
Yeah, and I'm just saying that a lot of times the public only sees the agenda.
That may be, yes.
Yeah. So I just want to highlight that it is outlined where the public can see a little more clarity in the definition of what public places really means. Right.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. And the other thing I want to address is that as we talk about this under the work plan, I know that we want to, all of us, address places where we feel that there are some holes that need to be covered. High on my priority is for future is what we do with recreational vehicles, pickup trucks, campovers, fifth wheels that park for extended periods of time. And I'll highlight a couple of areas. Garden Road, I was out there at church 2 weeks ago and my wife and I counted 9 RV type vehicles that they looked like they had been there for multiple days with trash all around it. And I know that the other way we can deal with this is enhancing our parking. And I think that we've been waiting for this to be done with the court decision to then look at more parking enforcement in the appropriate areas that restrict overnight camping. But Garden Road is a priority for me that I've seen. North Fremont's another potential area. And then there's pockets all over town. So hopefully we can get to addressing some of those with robust parking enforcement as well and future signage for that. So anyway, I just want to highlight some of the things. Thank you, staff. Very comprehensive, very helpful to all. And Jean pointed it out. We have great lawyers. We have great leadership with our police chief and the city manager. And I feel satisfied that this is one step further to where we need to be, but not yet the perfect answer because of the court limitations. So that's all I had.
Okay, so I'm just gonna start my remarks with the fact that the real issue around homelessness is the fact that at a local level, we failed to create enough housing. And we continue to see people at lower income levels continue to get pushed out of housing while wealthier folks continue to outbid each other, which is why the state has come up with their housing element process and trying to create these mandates to force us to create more housing. And so I think that the city of Monterey is moving in a really positive direction towards addressing some of those needs, though we're not seeing as much housing being constructed as I think we should. Hopefully that changes as we continue to have these conversations around water. But I just wanted to start the conversation there because we can talk about moving people around and trying to not have folks in certain areas. But the fact of the matter is that a lot of this is going to be hard to enforce. I mean, it goes to the conversation we were having earlier around the rec trail. The police can't be everywhere all the time. And by not addressing the underlying issue associated with this topic in the first place, it's only going to continue to exacerbate that issue. So we need to make sure that we're laser focused on the work that I hope we talk about prioritizing in the next agenda item as it relates to creating more housing. I think that the proposal might be a good balance. One of the things that I would feel more comfortable with, and I don't know how the council feels about maybe pushing this off, it would be helpful to see on a map, like what areas are where the camping prohibition exists. It's kind of hard to understand what percentage of the city no longer allows the camping. And albeit when I look at it on paper, it seems reasonable. Where does that leave us? And then what public property is left over? And then where's the conversation in regards to the impact associated with those remaining pieces of public land and in regards to how the city responds to certain issues? So for me, it would be helpful to kind of better visually see what's going on a map. I mean, I might be open to supporting because it has to come back for a second reading. So maybe my ask would be if we do decide to move forward tonight, that when it comes back for a second reading, that we don't have it on consent and we have that map available so it's easier to kind of visually see what that is. And it might be helpful to have percentages of city property that is impacted due to it. And then I also just wonder what it looks like for if we created more structure around enforcement. I don't want to tie the hands of our police department, but I guess I'm also concerned of one person potentially being treated one way and then somebody else gets treated another. I generally have faith in our current police department, but I'm trying to think of long-term implications and making sure that we're establishing something that can be sustainable long-term into the future, and making sure that we're protecting ourselves, but also not creating treating people different situation. And then the language around public property, it is worded in a way where it does kind of make it seem like all public property, including these spaces. It's like calling out these spaces more specifically, but still leaving it open, as it does feel like it's all public property. So I'm not sure if we can somehow update the language to say public property speaking to like specifically these things, as opposed to how it reads including. So to me it means public property, including these things, but all public property is kind of how it can be interpreted. So I'm not sure if I'm reading it incorrectly, but I think if we can do a little bit of wordsmithing there, it might help clarify what the intent is as far as the land. I know you were speaking to the definitions earlier, so it kind of helps provide some clarification there. I think that's my thought. I don't know if staff has any feedback on anything I shared, or the council does. Anybody? I'm done.
Yeah, I think we can clarify and deliver that map and show that as part of the second reading. And I don't think that will require a first reading, because it's just asking for clarification.
It'd just be a demonstrative exhibit sort of for you to visualize the impacts.
Well, council, what would you like to do?
Motion? Are we done with discussions and ready for a motion? So I'll make the motion to approve of the staff's recommendation. Or I need to get the right section here. So we're amending chapter 23, sections 1, 2, and 9, and chapter 32, sections 5, relating to camping and recreation areas and other public property. And so I would go with a staff recommendation, unless I missed something else that city wanted or the council wanted to add. And there was a hand raised by Clementine.
Yes, I also wanted to note that it needs to be as amended by the change for the 1,000 feet.
Okay, so as amended.
Oh, that's okay.
And then I guess my ask for staff doesn't need to be part of the motion. I could just, okay. Was there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so there's a motion and seconded. Any other discussion?
No, just the question with the attorney and the clerk. Are we good? We're good. Okay, mark it down. I got it right. Okay. Doesn't happen often.
Tuesday, March 4th, 2025 at 8:53 p.m.
Yeah.
All right, we got it. I was gonna say something. It's getting late. It's been a long day. I'm trying to remember what I was gonna say.
More to follow.
No, I was gonna make a closeout comment here. Oh, I do think, and this might get into our next agenda item a little bit, but I do think it would be helpful to have more community dialogue. And as it relates to the next item, I know I saw this as something as being high on the priority list for the council from the strategic planning discussion. So I do think it might be helpful to have some kind of town hall or something as it relates to this, to do some level of education, because I think that that's needed, but also to solicit feedback and input and have that exchange in dialogue with the community around how we address this issue. Because there does seem to be some other pieces associated with it. How much do we invest in it when we're not really focusing on, I think, the right area? But anyways, I think we can talk about this more in the next item. I'm done. Ready to vote? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. And then we're gonna go to item 12, discuss insights from January 29 City Council Workshop and approve council priorities. Pass it to Hans for staff presentation.
Okay, council, you want to have a break or you want to keep going?
No break.
Let's get it done.
Okay.
I probably just need to be done for the night, but I think we
Okay,
need to finish.
thank you.
Okay, we can do that.
Did Jean want to break?
No,
Okay,
I want to not break.
The opposite of that.
Nat.
I know the night's still young, Mr. Mayor. We're gonna try to get through this update and share closing apps and shutting down. Oh, gotta love that. Give me a minute. My computer just shut down. So
good. So
Wah, wah, wah. All right, why don't we take a 5-minute break? We'll be back at 9 o'clock. I'm gonna start exactly at 9 o'clock. I don't use this too often.
Yeah, please don't.
This is for this.
Thank you, Council. This evening, I'll try to keep this moving along.
Dock you 5 minutes from your presentation.
Yes,
Just
okay,
kidding.
that's
I'm
fine. You know,
kidding.
put the timer. So the purpose of today's meeting is to share with you some insights from the workshop that was held on January 29th at Schulte Park Center. And just a quick recap of the timeline. January 21st, the city staff work program was presented to all of you. We talked on the 28th about the prioritization goal setting workshop. And then on March 4th, today, we're here to review insights and ask all of you if you'd like to approve your city council policies. There were 3 primary objectives that were achieved at the workshop. And the first one is that you all had a chance to reflect on your achievements and the city's achievements and accomplishments. And every council member had that opportunity. The second is that we use the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and challenges, also known as SWOT model, to identify the specifically opportunities and challenges facing the city and spend some time brainstorming that. And last but not least, council, as you may recall, conducted interactive exercises that served 2 purposes. One was to rank areas of service delivery based on what you thought was most important and urgent, as well as force rank them in index cards. And that was a challenge, I think, for many of us, given the variety of city services that we all have. So let's first dig deeper into the achievements and accomplishments, just as a highlight. Some of the items that were identified by 2 or more members of the council included gratitude for the Measure S projects, street sidewalks, storm drain projects, looking at the fire department's response and community presence, the police department's use of technology such as automated license plate readers, the police department's community presence, including the multidisciplinary outreach team and community action team, as well as the community wildfire prevention protection plan. And what's important to note is that every single city department was represented in all the brainstorming exercises. So every single department head sitting here in the audience and who's online on Zoom had projects that each of you identified as being very proud of. So kudos to you. I think it was also noteworthy that council also didn't just appreciate the list of projects that were done and the programs that were achieved, but also how the city staff takes the extra care and effort in delivering services to the Monterey community, the Monterey way. I remember Councilmember Garcia, you had mentioned specifically the police department and other departments and how responsive they are, not just what we do, but how we do it. So that lives to what we talk about, which is a responsive local government, one that's respectful of the community, one that's innovative and customer service driven. Some of the areas of opportunity when we asked all of you what can positively impact the city, all of you were able to share your thoughts on some of the opportunities that exist, not only in the short term, but also in the long term. Councilmember Smith, you had mentioned, and very insightfully, that there are challenges that were identified by council that might be part of a long-term vision that's not necessarily on the docket for the next year, but are items that down the line. Some of the ones in the next that were identified by at least 3 of you included a community discussion about renewing the Measure S sales tax, ensuring that the city is ready for disasters and evacuations, making sure that we're continuing to increase outreach to residents and businesses, prioritizing affordable housing and water for affordable housing, focusing on economic development. We're going to talk about that in a little bit as well. Considering making Alvarado Street pedestrian only. Some of the challenges, when we looked at the challenges that we face, are twofold. The first that all of you, I know Dr. Barber, you'd mentioned as well, is staff capacity. And specifically, Mayor Williamson, I think you mentioned about how it would be helpful if staff continue to engage council when we have competing priorities or when there's challenging timelines about achieving certain items based on our current work program and what's currently on the city staff plate. The second piece of that is the lack of financial resources, and that's funding. And many of you know, staff work capacity continues to be a challenge because of multitude of issues, right? We have engineering is a great example. We have a backlog of capital projects and NCIP projects because we don't have enough engineers and capital project managers. We're also, short in other support staff in that area. We've worked on recruitment initiatives that have helped with retention, but definitely aren't enough. Some of the stories we've heard more and more in engineering, and Andrea is really good at sharing the story, is we hire qualified staff. They get a better offer in the private sector with a contractor. The contractor comes back and says that they're happy to do the work for us at a higher rate to cost taxpayer dollars more. We run into these challenges, and these are folks who are very green in the role. And a lot of that ties back to affordable housing. Simply, the Monterey Peninsula is not an affordable place to live, and it's hard, and it impacts recruiting for not only our industry, but many of the business members that you all interact with in the community as well. Police runs into the same challenge. We focus on fostering an excellent workplace culture, a sense of belonging, led by Chief Hober. But it's hard to recruit employees from other areas to one of the most expensive places to live in the United States. And with that local pool, we run into these two challenges. And these will continue to be the challenges that we will face that are barriers to getting things done. All right, let's go to the urgency and importance prioritization exercise. So we asked all of you to identify what areas of service you felt were most urgently needed attention because they have deadlines. Maybe there's consequences if they're not addressed promptly. And some of those examples include some of the crises that we have in deadline-driven priorities, right? The second one is importance. These are efforts that contribute to the city's goals that require focus and completion, but may not necessarily be urgent. We had some examples, and I'm sure you all have them in your personal lives, things that might be important, but maybe not as urgent and can wait several months. And we wanted to remember and keep in mind that just because an item may be less important or less urgent doesn't mean that they're not important at all or that the services should be cut. So, we wanted to make that very clear, especially since not every department is represented in the top 10 list, as an example. There's got to be a recognition that the idea here is these are areas of importance and urgency currently in this time for council. And just because there's a priority area doesn't mean that it's inadequately funded. It just may mean we have to focus on different areas. So that's a caveat we needed to make clear and to not only all of you, which you know, but also the public who may be watching as well. So let's talk about the scoring system. Many thanks to Clementine for putting the scoring system together to make this possible that we're going to share with you. We provided a score of 3 points for the items that were identified as very important, 2 points for important, and 1 point for less important. And then for items under the urgent column or the urgent row, we have 3 points for urgent and 1 point for not urgent. So here's where you all landed based on that analysis. And it's really hard to read, so I'm going to zoom in a little bit more, and you can see the top half of the bar chart here, and then the bottom half of the bar chart. As you look at the top half of the bar chart, the top priorities, and this is ranked in order of importance, not ranked in order of urgent. But the red line is importance, the blue line is urgent. Number 1, community engagement and government transparency. And we're going to dive deeper into the top 8 priorities here, the top 5 to 8. When I'm done with the overview here. Public safety, police, fire, emergency management is number 2. Fiscal stewardship, specifically stabilizing future revenue sources, number 3. Housing, homelessness services, number 4. Next up, quality workforce, attraction and retention, then fiscal stewardship, economic development, followed by infrastructure, maintaining, repairing, and replacing infrastructure. The next priority being housing, affordable housing, and securing water sources. Then community planning, sustainability and planning, followed by community services, followed by community partnerships, building new infrastructure, active mobility, community services library, the community services museums, Lower Presidio. And then there were a few council members who identified what we called additional projects with those blank index cards, as you may recall. One focused on specifically water sources, another one on undergrounding plan, and another on just the affordable housing piece of housing. So those are the scores and how they landed. This is the table where you look at, you remember the stack of index cards, and Councilmember Garcia, you had mentioned the whole stack belonged in the upper left corner. And it was really hard for, I think, each of us to prioritize and force rank items. This is the force ranked averages. So with number 1 being the highest priority, 15 being the lowest priority, and taking all of your averages, this is where you all landed as well. And it tells you that when you look at the priorities as well as the forced rank, the top 5 to 8 are exactly the same. So we'll spend some time talking about that because it allows council to focus on the top priorities, especially as it relates to the areas of focus for new initiatives, if you will, and ongoing initiatives. So let's go through each of the top 5 priorities. We say top 5, but really it's 8 because some of these priorities are tied, and I'm going to explain that in a moment here. The first one identified by all of you is the priority of maintaining community engagement and transparency. And it's really critical to everything we do. And over the years, we've continued to find ways to expand and sustain ways to engage the public in a variety of ways. And we do that using traditional tools such as print and news media, as well as some of the more modern digital tools and technology that's out there. Let's just take a quick example and use wildfire safety as something that became top of mind to all of us, especially after the Los Angeles wildfires. We recognize the anxiety, the concerns from the public about wildfire readiness, policies, responsiveness, evacuation routes, and other topics. So the town hall concept was initiated. And here's an example of how we used all 4 of these tools: print, digital media, in-person, and news media, to promote the event and execute. We let the public know, reassured them that we will have a town hall and that we are wildfire ready. We worked on promoting the town hall extensively. We printed posters. We distributed them in businesses. One of the reasons why we had nearly 500 people attend wasn't just because we did the traditional route of sending out a media release or promoting on social media. Lori Falga, our public information officer, she walked door to door in businesses downtown and other business districts to promote the event and ensure that as many businesses as possible put the flyer and the poster up in their window and had those one-on-one conversations. So we put the posters up at the sports center, at the library. We used those types of tools. And we also had the flyer and promoted it in not only English and Spanish, and ensured that we would have Spanish language translation at this event. We also issued another media release to announce the effort. We were available for media interviews and on-camera interviews. And of course, we also held the event itself. Now, when we look at other efforts that we've done, and you can see here just some of the examples on Have Your Say Monterey. We do events at Montecito Park, attend events at Farmers Market, and more. So community engagement and transparency continues to be a priority. Some of the 2 areas of expansion this year with your support that we're hoping to explore here is, one is the implementation of a Citizens Academy. The police department does a really good job of every year for the past, how many years? Chief left. For the past...
He knew you were going to call on it.
Yeah, maybe he went to the restroom. But for the past several years, the police department has put on a great Citizens Academy. And with the Citizens Academy, it's a way for the police department to engage with the public, let them understand a little bit more about service delivery and areas of service delivery. You okay there, Mr. Mayor? Okay.
I'm good.
Okay, good. Sorry. I was expecting our chief to be there, but he wasn't there, so I apologize.
Yeah.
You know it's getting late. It's getting late when it's off the rails.
In the restroom, I mean, yeah.
He's not very far away.
I'm sorry.
This might be the moment in the night where we call it.
We should. I almost need a Monterey 5.
There he is. Yeah. He has no idea.
So, Chief Hooper, how long have we had the?
You should have just walked right back out. I mean.
Can I have you up here for?
Oh, my God.
So, Zach, how many have we had in the academy?
Oh, long before I got.
Okay, so before Chief Ober got here.
It's been on and off for the last
200 years.
25
years. Okay, so apologize for the delay. So we're really we're hoping to take his model that he's done really well with the Citizens Academy and help bring it to all areas of service delivery. So all of our department heads here, they're prepared to deliver a Citizens Academy to the public, and we're actually really excited because later this year we're going to have a 9-week program and focus on public works, on housing, and let residents know the behind the scenes of government and how local government works. So we're looking forward to that. The second piece is a national citizen survey. So with all of your support as well, we're hoping to survey residents. Okay. So we can, and if you have any questions about either the Citizens Academy option or the National Citizen Survey, please do let me know. The second priority council identified was public safety. That's police, fire, emergency management, and code compliance. So the goal here is to have a responsive police and fire departments, have effective emergency management, to have effective fire department as well. $5 million in apparatus investments have been made this past year, and a lot of that has to do with wildfire readiness and other projects such as a station alerting system. In the police department, you all talked about the ALPRs being a success. Several arrests have been made this past year as a result of the automated license plate readers. The MDOT team, the multidisciplinary outreach team, continues to be strong. And then, of course, the implementation of the brand new body cameras last year, I believe. And then ongoing efforts on wildfire fuel reduction efforts. The next item here on priority number 2 to keep in mind, and we want to have a conversation with all of you, our city council, in the next few months, is on the facility rehabilitation needs. And part of that has to do with securing funding for fire stations 12 and 13, utilizing the city's NCIP funds. That's been very positive, and we're certainly grateful for that this past year. But we do have a dire need for funding the Central Public Safety Facility. And that's the home to the police station, to the fire station 11, to fire admin, and the emergency operations center. So that update will be coming to council on April 1st of this year. So very soon, we're looking forward to having this conversation about how do we fund the largest and what's clearly going to be the most needy facility here in the city. The third priority, and this was a tie among other priorities, is on fiscal stewardship and stabilizing future revenue sources. So we've talked about how revenue is not only a top priority, but also an identified challenge for all of you and for all of us. Here's the reality, our city council: sales tax remains relatively flat. The latest report from HDL, our sales tax consultant, says that our increase may be no more than 2% in our city. So that becomes a challenge with the tariffs that have been implemented. Who knows where sales tax will go and what the economy will lead in the next 12 months. That is true challenge. Hotel tax continues, TOT continues to be less stable due to the increased supply and competition in the area. In the agenda report, we reference several projects that are coming online in the next 12 months. 2 new hotels in Marina. We have 2 Marriott hotels starting to open up here and almost built near Costco in Sand City. There's the Hyatt in Seaside, the Kimpton Hotel on Pacific Grove. Meanwhile, we have no new hotels, clearly here in Monterey. We have older, aging properties. It's more competition for us, and we've got to address that. The next one is Measure S, and when we talk about fiscal sources, Measure S is a 1% sales tax, you all know, for street, sidewalk, storm drain infrastructure. It brings in $11.85 million annually, and it expires in March 2027. And all of you identified this as a key priority. How do we plan ahead for the Measure S renewal? And just a quick reminder, it's not just about revenue. I know council focused on revenue, but Hans often says, we don't have a revenue problem, we have a spending problem. And part of that goes back to the city's fiscal health response plan that the city council adopted in 2018, 2019. And first, changing the way we do business to be more streamlined. Number two, the O is operational reductions or services provided by someone else where appropriate. The third is revenue enhancements through economic development fees, taxes, and cost recoveries. And then E is the employee contracts that attract and retain talent and ensure that they're fiscally sustainable. So not just looking again at the revenue, but what else are we doing to manage our expenses and to maintain fiscal health? It's tempting to take on more, to do more, but when we have core services that are being neglected, we've got to address that. And I think council recognizes that. We're not the federal money. We can't print money. We have to balance our budget. The good news, though, is that we're far better off than many of the cities in our area, right? We have a healthy workforce. We have a dedicated staff. We have engaged employees who are happy to be here. And we're better off than other municipalities, quite frankly, that have had to institute hiring freezes or staff cuts because they overspent or used all of the federal money and now have to figure out how to fund services. The third priority, another third priority, a tie, is housing and homelessness services. All of you talked about this in our last agenda item briefly, but just as a recap, the Emergency Rental Assistance Program launched in 2020. We spent nearly $1 million assisting 162 households during that time. Another $1.25 million through the United Way, assisting 128 households. And in addition to the rental assistance program, the city's housing office provides guidance, support, and referrals to other social service entities. There was the rental assistance program, there was the other efforts, and then police department, of course, has their navigation center in the first French consulate building as well. The fifth priority identified by all of you is focused on economic development. And we're actually we've dedicated and we've budgeted time for our next study session this month to talk about economic development in detail. So I'm looking forward to having that conversation with all of you. Looking historically, we've made significant investments in the Monterey Conference Center as an economic engine. Without that conference center, we wouldn't have the conferences to support and bring in hotel tax to our region and to support the services in the city. We continue to have partnerships and engage with the Chamber of Commerce, business associations, and C Monterey. All of you serve as liaisons to various associations. And then we make a $1.77 million annual investment in C Monterey. And so as our destination marketing organization. What we do need is an economic development framework and strategy. And part of that means looking at what public and private investments need to be made in various business districts, looking at funding options that might be available, trying to identify how do we support ways to encourage private investment in an aging stock of hotels that we just discussed, identifying what growth industries might be available to us. We've talked about that for many years. But one of the challenges we know is affordable housing, and technology is one where businesses in Silicon Valley aren't necessarily going to become the Peninsula where it's more expensive to live. They're going to Texas, they're going to Tennessee. But are there other industries that we can attract here? We're going to talk about that at our March 26th study session further when we bring forward a framework for all of you. The next priority on infrastructure is maintaining, repairing, and replacing infrastructure. May 29th, we had the report to council. This report, and these are real numbers, $96 million in funding needed in the next 5 years, $191 million needed from years 6 through 20. Capital funding for replacement or repair of existing facilities have been underfunded for many years. And we share with you some of these comparisons. We spend 2% of the city's general fund on the capital improvement program, and that compares to 13 to 25% for most cities in our region. In the Bay Area, it's closer to 20-25% of the general fund budget is dedicated to capital and a capital improvement program that then funds the replacement and repair of facilities. We don't have that. We've got to figure that out, and that's part of that challenge to be candid, right? We have dedicated neighborhood community improvement program dollars that are great benefit to the community, but it means no dedicated funding that other cities put from their general fund towards capital projects. And then appreciation and acknowledgement for new projects, but we also can't let existing facilities fall into disrepair. So it doesn't surprise me, and I think we as staff see it as well, that infrastructure, specifically maintaining and repairing and replacing existing infrastructure, is a top priority before we build new things. And we've got to continue to look at existing revenue sources to fund projects, unless there are new, and not just replacement, but new sources of funding that are identified. And then in December, three of you, not all of you, were able to hear our update on the ADA transition plan, but it lists specific projects that are legally mandated, as part of the ADA. These are legally mandated requirements federally. And NCIP was identified as the only source of revenue that doesn't involve reducing services to cover those costs. So we need to consider that as well in the next several months, as hard as that is. And then we'll talk about funding strategies later this year, later this fall or this spring. The other priority number 5, again, this is a tie, is having a high quality workforce. And that means attracting and retaining a high quality staff to be able to deliver services that we all rely on. There was an excellent compensation study completed last year to ensure that our salaries are competitive compared to our comparator agencies, and then completed labor agreements with 7 bargaining units that are for the 3-year term ending June 2027. So that was a big lift, thanks to council and staff and the bargaining units and our employees. We all know the organizational culture has kept employees here, but we continue to have retention and attraction challenges due to the high cost of living. I can't tell you, over the last several years, we serve on interview panels, we interview great people, we have great internal candidates, we have outstanding external candidates. They apply, they're from Minnesota, they're from the East Coast, highly qualified. They interview, we give them the offer, they take a second look at housing and they decline. It happens again and again and again, and that's a challenge because of the high cost of living. And one of the things we're looking at doing later this year, we talked about the National Citizen Survey that we hope to launch to gather feedback on how residents feel the city government is responsive to them. We're hoping to do the same thing at the employee level and get feedback from employees on the employee experience, just so that we can continue to build a positive workforce. The 5th priority is on housing, and that's specifically the affordable housing and securing water sources. We've prioritized the Mid-Penn Housing Project right behind City Hall. There's the rental inventory program at a 72.9% compliance rate. The rental assistance program has assisted 67 applicants, $220,000 in direct payments to landlords. There's been at least 10 residents that have not gone into evictions as a result of our help. And then the CDBG funding based on the city's consolidated plan. And we've also advocated to lift the cease and desist order with the State Water Board. What's not on this slide here is that there are several housing element programs that are required to be implemented to comply with state law. And these are some of the projects that have been delayed because the state didn't certify our housing element until October 2024, which was 9 months behind or what we had expected. So we wanted to let you know we are behind on some projects. We have 8 completed out of 30 policy and program areas with 22 to go, but there's more that will be coming before the council. Staff is working hard on everything from vehicle storage to adopting an ordinance about water supply, program on home funds, education workforce, adopted plans, market affordable housing opportunities, amending the inclusionary housing ordinance, classifying residential care facilities as residential uses. There's another list. I'm not going to read every single one, but there's a lot that I think many of the council members we haven't shared with all of you that are part of the housing element list that will be coming before you later this year that staff's working on and continues to do so. So the recommendation for you tonight, and I know it was long, is to gather feedback from all of you, answer any questions that you have about any of the staff priority areas. You're very familiar with the City Staff Work Program. We've shared that with you over the past several months. And then ask all of you to adopt, and it's attachment 5, which is the City Council priorities. It's the importance and urgency rankings and forced ranking averages that you've all identified as your priority priority list for this year. And that concludes the presentation.
Thanks, Nat.
Yeah, thank you.
Any questions, council?
Nat, a real fast question. 1.25 million rental assistance from the United Way. Is that yearly, and do we call it this allocation?
Is your mic on?
Sorry. The 1.25 million that you mentioned of rental assistance from United Way, is that yearly, and do we distribute it? Does Anastasia and the staff distribute?
That was a one-time after COVID. The staff capacity at the United Way was limited, so the 1.25 was something that we took on as a way to help residents in Monterey and take that burden off the United Way. We were closer to our residents, and that's just one example of some of the things we've done in the past few years.
Any other questions at this time?
Yeah, just a quick question. I don't think it was anywhere in the discussion, but the local coastal plan. I know it's been in draft. Just, you know, a flavor of where that's at and where does that fall into a timeline?
Yeah. Maybe I'll ask Kim to share, unless Hans knows. I don't have the specific timeline on the LCP and where we are, so I'll phone a friend.
Phone a friend.
Yeah, especially on that topic.
Yeah, so right now, our highest priority, at least internally, where we have about 25 housing element programs we're supposed to implement this year. That's going to involve a lot of additional rezonings. At the same time, we're meeting weekly on our coastal plan. We have about 2 chapters of about 7 completed. So we're working on it, but it's, for us right now, it's a little bit lower priority.
Okay, thank you.
And I know you all are working on, like, there's a lot, but also the firearm.
So in addition to the housing element and the LCP, I'll call them the softballs. The softballs are the gun and ammunition ordinance that was just assigned. We're also looking at updating our sidewalk vending ordinance prior to Memorial Day weekend, hopefully. We're looking at the Mills Act. We're also, you'll be getting at your next meeting, our general plan annual report. That's taken about 80 to 96 hours of staff time. And that's also our housing element report to the state of California. That's sort of the group I'm calling our softballs right now.
The big softballs. Are you good, Ed?
Yeah, I'm good. And I was just well, I'll save it for discussions.
Perfect.
That was it.
Perfect. All right. Thanks again, Nat, for the presentation. We'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. So for folks on Zoom, if you want to use the raise hand function, I'll check with the chamber while you're navigating there. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? Anybody? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. All right. I only see one taker. All right. So we'll close it in the chamber and I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 2 online, so we'll go ahead and start in the chamber. Welcome, Gabe. Give it up for Gabe.
All right. Thanks for not breaking before this item. Would have made the last 2.5 hours feel even longer. I am here on behalf of Revision West, a local workforce housing developer that started about 1.5 years ago. We've got a project on Cass Street, which is an affordable by design cottage, 3-bed, 2-bath. And we're hoping to get a lot more built around Monterey, the peninsula, larger Monterey County, and perhaps beyond. In order to do so in the city of Monterey and maximize the affordability of the parcel we have on Cass Street and potentially others in the MPWMD service area, we need to know with some certainty how to get water credits. A lot of the priorities listed from the surveys and the results are covered in why we're doing workforce housing and the transparency aspect of how the water from the new allocation from the district. We would like to know what that process will look like. Director Cole assured me that this is already a topic of discussion inside of the planning community development departments. Really glad to hear that. We would love to see a schema developed that can be reliably used by developers such as ourselves, as well as nonprofits interested in contributing to community development, to know how to earn water credits when they are available, especially those that are becoming available this year at least reportedly. We're not expecting that all 120 some odd credits are allocated toward housing. But of those that which are developed, we'd love to see them prioritized for projects that offer either depth of affordability, higher numbers of affordable units, greater density, and in infill projects, perhaps projects that contribute water, any groundwater that might be on the site back into the recycling program. These are aspects of projects that we have. But I think that we are not the only ones that would benefit from a transparent process such as this. So thanks for your time. I hope to hear these addressed soon.
Thanks, Gabe. All right, with that, we'll go to our callers on Zoom.
Esther, you can go ahead.
Hello again. I just wanted to comment on, you guys have a lot to be proud of. You've done a lot of good work. I want to point out that a lot of that has happened under the leadership of our current mayor that has fast-tracked a lot of what we're seeing now. When he came on board, transparency was really a problem, and that's improved tremendously, and we all have seen more engagement than ever with the community. So kudos to him, and also to the rest of the council. This is a really well-functioning council under his leadership that I have mentioned before is literally the envy of our surrounding cities. I do want to point out a couple of things. This whole situation ongoing with PG&E has to be addressed better. I mean, for us to have lost power again tonight for no apparent reason, there's got to be something that can be addressed with them. Undergrounding is a whole nother conversation, but the city has to take a stronger position with PG&E, and if you have, then maybe let the public know, because this is an ongoing problem that is stirring up people more and more, aside from the safety issue. I'm super happy, as Chief Hober will know, to hear that you're going to do some more community academy type programming. It has been a fantastic way to get more and more engagement and education, which to the residents of the city, and everybody benefits from that. It saves city staff a lot of time when residents know exactly, what to do when they have an issue, who to go to, what's involved, and it's, very important and beneficial. I will say that when you talk about having another measure for the roads, it's like, how much work can you do for roads when we've got, a public safety building that needs to be created? We need affordable housing. We've spent a lot of time on roads. It's like, already, let's move on and try and get some funding together for some other priorities. The roads are great, but if we don't have places for people to live, it doesn't really matter how great they are. And, it's just something that we all need to kind of expand the conversation around. So I will thank you all again, including city staff, for all the work that you guys do.
All right, our next speaker is a telephone caller with the last three digits, 902.
Good evening. This is Nina Beatty. I heard the concept of fiscal stewardship talked about earlier in the presentation, and under challenges, the assistant city manager mentioned lack of financial resources and lack of staff. The disconnect is I hear this, and yet I see city work that contradicts this claim, and I'm not the only one that's seeing this. For example, I was very surprised to see the very expensive and staff-intensive project at Hartnell and Calle Principal that has been going on for weeks and weeks. I'm not even sure it's finished yet, and yet it has no visible purpose. Why was it done if there are limited financial resources? I've been told it's not an NCIP project. I don't know. It took away road access, it took away the post office drop box access, and it endangered 2 established trees there. Fortunately, they don't appear to have been harmed. The only useful thing that was created in this was a stop sign, which just could have been done on its own very cheaply. And stop signs are also needed on Cass at Hartnell to slow down traffic, inexpensive and a public safety issue. Several years ago, there were 2, not 1, but 2 expensive Monte Vista neighborhood signs put on Soledad Drive. Why 2? And why devote so much time to the glossy design time and construction when a simple wayfinding sign would have been adequate, especially if the budget is really an issue? And I don't think it's new. This has always been an issue. There's always been a budget issue. And I noticed the traffic median at Soledad Place. It was fine, crushed granite and a boulder. Well, about 2 years ago, I came down the street and the boulder's been thrown over on the side, and now it's all been cobbled with very expensive rock. Why? It shows to any resident who's looking around, these are just a few examples, that money doesn't appear to be an issue for the city. And it makes residents wonder about realities. I think that working wiser is important, and maybe getting feedback from outside the staff, I'll say silo, about the practical function of work plans is a good idea, so that what you're saying meets up with what we're seeing in the community. Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, there was one hand that went up after the 2, so that one is after you cut off.
All right, we'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the council for deliberation. If I could actually start on this one and just have one thought. I have a lot of thoughts on this topic, but I'm pretty spent at this point. The one feedback that I have, and I talked to Hans about this when we met yesterday, is that I think it would be helpful to have a calendar that the council can have on the agenda at a soon future council meeting, the next council meeting, for us to look at and evaluate and agree upon. And that way we can have at least a majority of the council agree to looking at what does the priority look like and timeline look like for all the things that we've identified as it relates to our priorities. So I think that would be, in my mind, that's kind of where I was hoping we would get to. It kind of linked to this conversation that we had around Councilmember Rash's items that she put on the agenda at the last council meeting. I don't think we're going to be able to get through tonight trying to figure out how do we prioritize those, but I do think it would be helpful for staff to bring that to the council so that we can shift things around based off of any feedback that the council has, or we can accept whatever it is that the staff proposes. But I want to make sure that the council has buy-in and we're all on the same page in regards to what the plan looks like over the next year and a half. So we can move this forward and allow staff to do their part of getting the important work done for our community. So that's just my quick 2 cents. Anybody else? Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All right.
Trying to tell us to get out of here.
My mind was going to the same place where just listening to the 5 or 8 categories, I was trying to think what potentially could be included in those categories, right? And maybe I'll pose the question, might be a little premature, but I definitely support, the idea of having something a little bit more outlined for a future meeting. In the time that staff took to process this data, I'm wondering if there were any thoughts, any discussion about any potential low-hanging fruit of projects or just ideas that would fit into these categories that may have come up. That's something that staff maybe has thought about, or as, again, this data was being processed, thought about at that point to bring forward to council. Just curious. And it's okay if there's no response. I understand it's a little premature and it might be asking a little too far ahead.
Yep, I think, for each of these priorities, we tried to highlight just a flavor of some of the initiatives that might be new to council that are those low-hanging fruit. We feel like implementing a national citizen survey would be one that provides a lot of benefit to the community, provides some more information and insight for the city council on the community's priorities as well. That is low-hanging fruit because it's something that hundreds of cities in California and several hundred in the United States use to benchmark city performance and feedback. So we feel like that's helpful when it comes to engagement and transparency. When it comes to the Citizens Academy, we feel like we could build off of what we've done internally with our employee leadership development program called the ONDA Academy and build that into an easy, Citizens Academy for residents to learn about local government. So those are some examples that I shared, but each of these, plus some of the other ones, right, as we talked about public safety and housing. Housing is one where I know in our conversation with the Community Development Director, Kim Cole, there are those 20 efforts within the council adopted housing element that was certified by HCD in the state of California. Each of those items should make progress and the council should be proud of because those are policy changes and program efforts that help address affordable housing. And we can share more information with you if you're interested in those timelines. But I think we've tried to provide a little bit more of a roadmap. Hans can provide some more insight, but the next several weeks we'll be coming back with an update on the Central Public Safety Facility. And we're planning a tour of the facility as part of a council meeting in April, along with a discussion and a reality check on costs and feasibility on the Central Public Safety Facility. We're going to have a conversation about funding and the fact that Measure S expires in 27, and then we have Measure, I think was it Y, Measure G that also expires 2 years later. That's the other half-cent general sales tax that was adopted in March 2020. So those are just some examples. We can provide more detail to you, but we've identified kind of what are the low-hanging fruits, what's already on the docket, and we're definitely not waiting to hear from, looking for more to add. It's just we feel like these are council's priorities, and we want to show this is what we're doing to achieve those goals.
Thank you, Nat, for that. And another item, because I think the instruction, if I remember correctly, at the beginning of this item, it's getting late. There was instruction to also maybe bring up any items that were not included or that kind of thing. And I know at the study session, for a fact, I brought it up, and I've also brought it up in the past couple of years. Interest, not only from, I think it's been majority of the council, but also our residents in specifically in District 4, and I think even beyond. There's interest in trying to explore opportunities to reopen Casanova Park Center. And I'll give you a specific time reading of, it was an hour and 16 minutes of the recording for the study session that I brought it up, and I didn't see any mention of that anywhere. And again, because there has been expressed interest, especially from our community, to see something happen with that center, I'd like to see if there's an opportunity to still explore opportunities in this conversation about that.
I second that. Reopening Kona or opening it up more is of great interest to me. And I noticed that it wasn't even mentioned after you spent at least 45 seconds prioritizing it. And I didn't mention it because he did mention it. And I didn't realize that I should have said reopening Kona to its fullest capacity was of great interest. So I'll say it now.
So first of all, thanks, Nat, for the work that you did, you and the staff. I think that was a great opportunity, how everything was set up and looking at the SWOT analysis and being able to also go forward and pull all this together from all five of us. I think this is a good place to start. I do echo a lot of my colleagues. Kona does need to be brought into this, but also about bringing more specifics and solidity of programs of what we're talking about under the categories. The programming, whatever you're working on, the different parts, and being able to pull it under the different categories so we can actually see these are the programs or these are the projects that are being worked on underneath these particular priorities. That would be helpful to me, so that way I can be able to see not only the low hanging fruits, but even some of the other pieces that we would be starting that would actually go under these priorities. I think that's important, but I think this is great of how you've captured majority of it and being able to work on that for this year, and also being able to not forget the other pieces as we move forward past 2025.
Yeah, thank you, Nat and staff, for running us through the game show, like feel of trying to figure out where to put our priorities and colored cards in limited time. So that's always fun. I noticed that there was a certain amount of synergy and agreement with both sides. So in other words, when we put our ideas up there, but we also identified the priorities. So if it was, the high priority or lower priority, but it sort of validated the work. So it didn't seem like there was any outliers there, which is comforting to know that there was general agreement once we got into the top 8 or 10 by the council. A couple of things just to point out, and these are topics for future. And I'm going to just go back through some of my notes. And I don't necessarily need, feedback or notations of where it's at. But on the survey, yes, great. I want to do that. The town hall was fantastic under the fire readiness, and I just feel like there was so much value out of that for that topic in a town hall that it's enough to say, well, maybe we ought to look at doing that as an annual event, that not necessarily the same way, but what else could we do to engage the public on the areas where we asked them, and the experts there in the room were actually saying, we're asking you to help yourself first, because in an emergency, we may not be able to get to you very promptly. So anything that we can do to further that, tie in CERT, tie in any other city departments, but to further that, to encourage our community members to make those decisions, to be in a better position to enable themselves as much as they can with our assistance. Yes, looking forward to the central public safety assessment that you're going to deliver. Yes, on Measure S, as we've talked about it. So it's a high priority for me to hear from staff in terms of what you think the timeline should be. And I'm ready to dedicate some work time to that to make sure that we can get our community to support that again. So is there a water list that the city maintains or another water agency maintains? One of our speakers tonight talked about future policy discussions if we do get water credits. I know there's a lot of news about that, but it reminded me that we've got many owners of properties that are vacant that have been waiting ever since the cease and desist order went in place, and that there's already a somewhat established list of people waiting. Who maintains that? And is that the city of Monterey's list?
So we were afraid of that question. No, so yes, there is a water list that we have maintained. I think we have what 28 about 28 folks on that list, but we haven't checked the list against if those folks that applied for that still live at their property, or even we know that some have passed. That's how long the water list is. From a policy point of view, we have to talk about the water list, and we will come back to you with our recommendation with respect to the water list. And that's another work item we are keenly aware of. And when Gabe Sanders spoke about the potential water that is being distributed, hopefully sometime in the near future, we also have to look at the additional water that is being distributed and how does it or how does it not fit into the water list that we have. So when I said we were afraid of this question, we were not really afraid, but we anticipated maybe that we have to regulate or recommend something for that water list that is probably more than 30 years old now.
Yeah. Yeah. And I appreciate that. And it's a future policy discussion that we'll all have. But I think that, that's out there in the community. So yeah, there's lots of folks that will tell us their priorities, but I want to make sure we're careful in crafting that policy.
Just a quick caveat that there's not necessarily a list per se that's ever been approved by the Monterey City Council. And so staff is in the process of going through water allocation approvals through such as planning commission resolutions and things like that. So that is still sort of a work in progress. So I don't want the public to think that there's like a list. You can walk into the planning office and ask to see a list of water approvals, because the council's never approved anything like that. So it's going to be in separate documents that we're in the process of researching and confirming.
Yeah, and I get that question all the time with some folks that believe that they're on a water list. So we'll face that when we're talking about the policy when it comes forward.
Okay. And Kim Cole just said we are still researching. So we're giving kind of a equivocal answer.
No, and I'm
sorry.
So I'm satisfied with what I'm hearing because you're going to incorporate that in the decisions and recommendations for the future. So I didn't expect you to whip out a list and say, here's what we have.
Okay.
No, I'm fine for the future discussion. And the mayor suggested on a calendar for the council, and I'm just thinking, how would that work? And I think it's a good idea for the council to kind of know what's coming in the next 3 months, 6 months, 9 months. But I'm not envisioning a Gantt chart that is telling us all the decision points and contracts executed and what staff is assigned, not to that level. And I don't think that's what you were saying. No. And I think that there's probably a list. I remember seeing something previously several years ago with about 2 pages with about 98 things on it that were many of those things that we probably gotten to, and many of those things are probably still waiting to get to. But I think it's a good idea, but I don't think it should become such a big cumbersome thing that it becomes one staff member's half-time business, putting together some kind of a calendar. But I'm very familiar with Gantt charts, and they're wonderful when you want to track progress, but maybe something that's, it's going to have to be flexible because things change, because we're waiting for things to get secured. But I'm in agreement that a calendar would be helpful for council moving forward. And I'm pleased to say that's it. Thank you very much for staff, and thanks for a couple weeks ago when we did the exercise. And it was great to see the public come out and got some good feedback. And tomorrow I'm going to be attending the Fishermen's Wharf Association business meeting, and I'm going to be presenting in part what we did tonight.
Awesome. I mean, and I would just clarify too, part of why the ask is here is not only for the council to have buy-in in regards to what our schedule or agenda looks like for the year, but also that as things come up and things have to shift, and it'll be a great way for staff to be Well, to say, well, now that you want this, let's say we had this before
Right.
the whole gun store thing came into conversation. Okay, what are we going to move here? And that way the council has buy-in and we own that. And then as we're talking with stakeholders, we can be clear in regards to how we're having to shift things around here a little bit. So, but I agree with you. I don't think it needs to be a Gantt chart, even though the idea of a Gantt chart is very appealing to me because of the idea of transparency, but I get the amount of workload associated with that. So, all right, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve the city council's priorities.
Second.
Is there any other discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. Thanks for the conversation. I look forward to this continuing and getting the work done. With that, we'll go to council comments. Dr. Barber.
Yeah, so I've had the pleasure of working with building back sister city relationships for the last couple of years. And one of those relationships was the Sola de Feminan. I've been working on that for a little over a year now. And I'm happy to report that with the help of Gasper Cardinelli in Isola de Feminan, the Friends of Isola, we're able to actually go to Isola to solidify and formally bridge the sister city bond that was there before. And we're really excited because it's a new administration that has agreed to buy into coming back to city of Monterey and working with us as a sister city. And so I know that it was a big push and a big lift. And without Gasper, who did a lot of connections for us and the friends working with us, it wouldn't have been even feasible. And so, but it's with sadness to say that Gasper just passed away recently and was not able to realize this to come to fruition. But one of the things I told him and his family, even prior to him passing, is that I would continue to honor him in this sister city reunion, if you will, bringing it back together, building the bridge back together because of the work that he put in and the trust and support that he supplied. And so I know it's a great loss to the community as well as to the Isola family. So I just want to make sure that we continue to move forward for him and all of the Italian community to continue to do the work that he so graciously was able to help with.
Thank you, Dr. Barber. Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you. Just a couple items. So I serve on the Laguna Grande Joint Powers Authority, and Laguna Grande was mentioned quite a bit tonight. So I just wanted to extend an invitation to anyone who's interested in attending the next meeting and coming and sharing your experience and voicing your opinions about what should be done with Laguna Grande in terms of a maintenance plan. Next meeting is Monday, April 14 at 6 p.m. And there's also a Zoom option as well. That information, because it's a joint powers meeting, so joining City of Monterey with City of Seaside and the Regional Parks District, the agendas are published and made available through the Seaside website as well, so you can go directly and check it out there. The second item, in terms of the wildfire ready town hall, first wanted to acknowledge everyone who had a hand in putting it together. It was from where I stood, it looked like a very successful event, great turnout, great tables exhibiting their products and great panel discussion there. So thank you all to everyone who was involved in that. Something that I did walk away with, I walked away with a good amount of information, but something that I thought was pretty handy was the information about the PG&E Reported app. So I thought that was pretty cool. I didn't know that there was an app to report things like, I don't know, like
broken poles or broken cables or, that kind of thing. So I downloaded it onto my phone. Actually, I just used it today. It seemed pretty user-friendly. I'm curious to see what kind of response time I get on that. So, if you're interested, just check it out. It's called the PG&E Reported app. So I used it a couple times today in District 4 in areas that were impacted during the December winds where the poles were broken and there's still some cables kind of hanging loose up. Anyways, just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Yes, super kudos on the wildfire presentation. It was fabulous. Councilmember Smith and I were at the Monterey Vista Neighborhood Association meeting, and there was a short discussion of the drop-off points at the high school, and a lot of people here tonight. Someone wondered if the kids couldn't be dropped off on Pacific like the old days, but closer to the administration building and that first driveway. And that struck me as possible, but I don't know what to do with it. So I just kind of put it out to the community and the city manager. And I don't know if that would alleviate some of that huge stress on Madison and Herman and Larkin. That's it.
Can I add something? Can we
Please.
close the meeting in honor of Gasper tonight?
Absolutely will.
Okay, thanks.
Did you have anything else?
No, I just wanted to get that in before something happened.
Absolutely. Yep. I already had it on my list.
Okay.
One other thing.
Please,
sorry.
please. No, you're good. This is
I
the
want to
time.
thank Clementine for the work she did on the slide. She surprised me. I had no idea she was doing the slide for all the women in the city staff. Not only on city council, but city staff, the leaders. I applaud you women. All of you, the ones that are already left, went home sleeping right now. And for the ones who stayed, who are not sleeping.
Kind of.
Well, maybe not you. No, I'm just kidding. But Clementine, thank you for taking time to
Absolutely.
get that women's history. I really would like a slide because I learned a lot from that slide myself. Thank you.
So real quick, I'll share with M1W. I was voted in as chair at our last board meeting, and it's going to be a busy year. And high amongst the things that we're going to do this year is looking at our Prop 218 process for our rate increases. So that's going to be a huge topic. A lot of financial impacts associated with different elements of the agency that I can raise to you all later, but I'm going to keep it brief. So that's the big news there. I also want to give kudos to the work done around the town hall that was done last week. I think the greatest part about it was the ability for so many residents to come out and be in one space at one time. It was almost like it kind of felt like a reunion a little bit, like where communities getting together and you can socialize and have conversations, not just about topics as it relates to fire, but just anything that's going on. And I think that's something that we're losing a little bit in society overall, is just this ability for us to kind of come together in one space and share community with each other. So I just really appreciated that moment. And I don't know if we keep it to, an annual thing or even something more frequently, so that we're just kind of trying to keep a drum beat with the community and make sure that we stay on top of not just preparedness, but all the different issues that are being presented to us in the city. So kudos to staff for executing that so well and getting the word out to the community.
Can I add something to that?
Please.
I had a comment last night at the Monterey Vista Neighborhood Association meeting, where she was struck by the amount of expertise that was on the panel, but came away saying, I'd never really thought about all those other parts like OES and the county and CAL FIRE and the city fire inspector. They thought just fire department, fire trucks and fire station and fire folks going. But the awareness she had was, because the answers were in the room, and we say in education, the answer's in the room if we allow ourselves to have the dialogue to listen to the middle of the room. And she was saying she got so much out of that, and the realization was that there was an enhanced trust and there was a satisfaction of knowing that there's still the fear, of fires, natural, but the confidence to move forward, knowing that somebody has the citizens back. And that was her takeaway from that she trusts even more, knowing that the police, fire, OES, all the other members that were there presenting their expertise was very well taken by this one citizen that I heard. And I've heard that, a couple of times, more variations, but very insightful, that the answers were in the room. Now we just need to make sure we get the folks in the room to be able to participate that again.
Well, and what was interesting when Hans and I were having a conversation about this yesterday, he identified like the multiplier effect. So
Right.
how many people did we estimate were there? 500. So, if each of those folks went out and talked to just one other just the impacts associated with that are huge. So, again, kudos as it relates to that. And then I just kind of wanted to bookend the council comments here with what Dr. Barber shared. So both Dr. Barber and I are going to go on this city-sponsored trip to Isola, and it's going to be the first time in several years that we've had a delegation from the city go to our sister city, and it's pretty important when we think about it from a cultural and historical perspective in regards to really a lot of what makes Monterey. One of the interesting parts, and I'm just going to give a little bit of a teaser to not go on too long because there's a lot that's developing as it relates to this trip. But Isola, supposedly, 40% of the Sicilians that live in Monterey are from Isola. The majority are from another part of Sicily. And so there's this little bit of maybe bitterness or rivalry associated with the fact that the city moved forward with the sister city relationship with Isola. So part of it is going to be visiting the other city. And
Trapani?
It's say it again.
Trapani?
No.
Morettimo.
Oh,
Morettimo. Oh, the island. The island.
The island. Yes. So just really great opportunity to, I think, learn a little bit more, appreciate a little bit more, and bring some of that back. And then it sounds like they're going to be sending a delegation here in September when we have our Italian festival. So we'll be able to celebrate them while they're out here as well. So I think there's a lot to celebrate as it relates to our sister city relationship in Sicily. And it does have a lot to do with Gasper, and I appreciate Dr. Barber bringing that up. It is sad news to hear that, but I'm thankful that we have an opportunity here tonight to celebrate his life and the work that he did. And I'll just share a little bit of my experience with him. He invited us over to his house as part of our relationship with the sister city. And it was the previous mayor of Isola. He was out with a delegation, and we were all able to celebrate together. And I don't know, I must have stayed over there. My mom, you were there too. I mean, how long were we over there? I mean, it must have been like 4 or 5, 6 hours, just spending time, creating community and connection and relationship. And he was so warm to introduce us to his home and enlighten us with so much history and knowledge and experience that he has. We lost a champion in the city of Monterey and in our region. And so it's my honor on behalf of the council that we will go ahead and close out tonight's council meeting in his honor. But before we get to that, I'm going to pass it to Hans for city manager reports.
Yeah, thank you so much. I can add to Gasper also a lot of things where he helped us as staff over the years as well on so many topics. And I think just last year, September, October, he helped us with the fishing boat challenge we had there in the harbor. So we talked about the women in our city, and our recreation manager reminded me that we had a very successful 3 nights of family fun night at Casanova Oak Knoll Park Center with about 50 attendees spread out over 3 different nights. We have this coming Thursday, March 6th at 6 p.m. in the library, the local road safety plan. And I would just ask the council to keep your attendance to 2 max there and be mindful. Otherwise, we have to have another agenda report here and have to talk about that. And on March 15th at 9 o'clock is our very, very highly competitive cutting day, where the community will arrive in hundreds and will try to score leucodendrons and sunset gold and all hopseed bushes and David's breath and all the plants that are giving out there to residents. So that is on March 15th, officially starting at 9. But we know that there are people out there with flashlights in the night already checking out what plants they can get.
Sneak previews.
And I appreciate Councilmember Barber and Councilmember Smith and also everybody else who spoke about Gasper because he was a friend.
All right, we'll go ahead and end the meeting tonight in a moment of silence. All right, meeting adjourned.